Hello guys and welcome to today's session. Today we are going to talk about MAM. So before we dig right into it, let's just take a look over today's agenda. And I have a lot in store. So when I was thinking about making this nugget, I was like, okay, MAM is one of those topics which we are already familiar of, and I might not be having a lot of stuff to talk about. But this is what I have in store, and there are so many things into MAM. We will start with the very basics first, and we'll talk about what exactly data protection is, why do we need it, and what's the difference between MAM and MDM. Just a 1,000 feet overview of what this subcomponent of Intune is and why it is for. We'll talk about the background of MAM, the benefits of MAM, and what we can do with a MAM policy. Then we'll talk about how we can create a MAM policy from the Intune portal, may that be for Android or may that be for iOS. Then we'll be talking about how to exempt data transfer. This is one of those things which most of the customers wish to use, exempting data transfer in a MAM policy. Then we'll do a case study wherein we'll see how exempting an application in a MAM policy is useful. Then we'll talk about the MAM flow, as in what exactly is happening at the backend while the end user is installing an application and the MAM policy automatically comes down to the device. Then we'll see what the end behavior is, what is it that the end user is able to see during a MAM flow. Then we'll talk about MAM on-premise. So there, I mean, if we want to implement MAM policy on, let's just say, Outlook application, and the mailbox is Exchange Online, then it is pretty straightforward. But if the mailbox is, let's just say, Exchange on-prem, then there is a prerequisite that we need to meet. So we'll talk about that. Then we'll talk about a new feature that we have in Intune, that is MAM integration with conditional access. I believe it's a really powerful feature. We'll talk about how we can leverage this. Then we'll do another case study on MAM integration with conditional access. We'll see how this is supposed to work. Then we'll talk about what exactly Intune MAM UPN is, because I believe this is one of those areas which causes a little confusion. So I just wanted to take some time and clarify what Intune MAM UPN is and why do we need to set it up, how we need to set it up. And obviously this is something that we'll be doing in the demo as well. Then we'll take a look over the reporting of MAM, that if a MAM policy has been applied to a user or has not been applied to a user, or let's just say has been applied to a user but is not taking effect, then how exactly we can leverage the reporting that we have in MAM and find out how exactly our organization is doing as far as protecting the application and the data in the application is concerned. Then we'll be talking about how to generate the MAM logs from the device end, and we'll be doing a deep dive and analysis of the MAM logs. So we'll be seeing what is the flow in the MAM logs, and whether the flow that we see in the logs is in accordance with what is the flow that we are seeing in the from an end user's perspective or not. And in case something goes wrong in the during the MAM flow, then what exactly to check in the logs as well. And then at the end we will be doing a demo wherein we will try to cover as much as possible as far as the agenda is concerned. Okay, all right, then let's just get right to it. So first I will start with the need of something like MAM. I mean, why do we need MAM? Or before we even talk about MAM, we will be talking about why do we need data protection. And the answer is self-explanatory. People are using their mobile devices, the same device for personal as well as work tasks. And the current situation that we are in, this is a typical example. So because of COVID right now, most of the employees are right now stuck at their home, right? And most of us are working from home. We're not able to go to the office premise. And if that is the case, few of us might not have access to the work provided laptops or work provided devices, right? And we are making use of our personal devices. So even though the device cannot be protected, there has to be some measures that the admin has to take to ensure that the data which the end users are accessing from their personal devices remains protected, right? So this is, and the need for data protection is something that is inherent to what the IT admins do, right? I mean, our main job is making sure that the user's identity as well as the data which the user is accessing remains intact, right? So while making sure that the staff is productive organizations, and we as an admin of the organization also want to prevent data loss from potentially unsecure applications or leakage of data, right? And sometimes just using MDM is not enough. When I say that, what I mean is, let's just say that I have a corp provided device, right? And the device is enrolled to Intune, and we are protecting the device at the device level. So let's just say we have implemented something like if it's a Windows 10 device, then let's just say we have implemented something like a BitLocker. Or if it is an Android device, let's just say we have put in a lot of compliance and device configuration policies and profiles onto the device. Let's just say Wi-Fi profile and certificates to make sure it's secured and it's connecting automatically and seamlessly and all that. But then all those protections that we are providing via MDM or mobile device management when the device is getting enrolled is at the device level. If we wish to add another layer of protection, that is wherein the MAM comes into the picture, which we'll talk about later. But right now, the intent of this slide is for us all to understand the importance and the need of data protection. And that is something which is, self-explanatory, right? We all need to protect the data because the data is not personal, but it belongs to the organization. Now let's just talk about how we can protect the data from Intune. Again, I'll just quickly walk you guys through these slides because I'm assuming that we all have an understanding of what MAM and MDM is, what's the difference between the two as far as Intune is concerned. In case if you don't, then if I have to divide the Microsoft's product Intune onto two categories, then this would be the two broad segregation or classification of Intune. On one side I have MAM and on the other side I have MDM. So MAM stands for Mobile Application Management and MDM stands for Mobile Device Management. And I'll just take 30 or maybe 60 seconds and explain you guys what's the difference between these two and why do we need it. So let's just say that there is this device, right? And this device is provided by the organization. Then the IT has to make sure that this device is secured at all times, right? And how does the IT do that? The IT achieves this by using something like a MDM or mobile device management. In this case, what we do is we enroll this device to Intune. So this device is connected to the Intune service. This is the Intune service. Again, excuse my handwriting. I just hope that it would get better in time. So this is the device and this device is connected to the Intune service, and from Intune service we can push down all kinds of policies which is going to help us govern the behavior of this device. So we can push compliance policy, configuration policy. If we want, we can switch on or switch off the Windows firewall if it's a Windows 10 device, or encrypt the device, unencrypt the device, put a pin, or almost anything and everything that you can think of, right? But then this is assuming that this was a corporate provided device. Now let's just talk about another scenario wherein there is a device which is a user's personal device, right? So in this personal device, if the admin has the ability of supervising the entire device, then the end user might not be very happy with it, right? Obviously, if I have a mobile device, if I have my personal phone, and if I am using that personal phone for my personal purpose as well as to access the emails, or let's just say as well as to access the Microsoft emails, I wouldn't want my organization to have access over the entire device. I don't want to give my admin the ability to manage my device. However, I'm fine giving them the ability to manage just the Outlook application in my device. So let's just say that there is an application called Outlook in this device, which I am using to access my corp email, right? So it is fine if the admin or if the Intune service is just managing this Outlook application. But I really wouldn't want, so this is corporate provided device and this is personal device. But I really wouldn't want the admin to have the ability of managing the entire device itself. So this is what MDM is and this is what MAM is. In case of MDM, the Intune service or the admin is managing the entire device and has visibility to the entire device. In case of MAM, the admin or the Intune service is just managing a application in the device. So when I'm saying application in the device, it can be, I won't say it can be any application. There is a list of applications that we can manage, and which we'll talk about later. But I mean, this is the main segregation between MDM and MAM. Okay. All right. So all right. So let's just talk about a scenario wherein there can be a third scenario as well, in which let's just say that there is a corp device. The corp device is managed, and the Outlook application in that device is also managed. Okay. So this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3. Okay. So this scenario is referred to as MDM. This scenario is referred to as MDM plus MAM, because we are managing the device, hence MDM. We are managing the application in the device as well, hence MDM plus MAM. And this scenario is referred to as MAM without enrollment. Which what it means is we are not enrolling this device to Intune. We are not managing the device. We are just managing an application in the device. Hence, this is referred to as MAM without enrollment. Okay. All right. So this would be a 1000-feet overview of segregation of Intune into MAM and MDM, and what's the difference between the two. So let's just quickly take a look, and so this diagram is explaining the same thing in a prettier format. So let's just say that there is this IT admin, and that IT admin makes some policies in the Intune portal. Whatever policies we are making in the Intune portal, it's going into the Intune database, and from there the Intune service is deploying it down to the device. Okay. So in case of MDM, what happens is these are the kind of policies that we would usually be making. We'll be making device policies, so that can be device configuration policy or device compliance policy. We can get an information of the device inventory. The most restrictive thing that we can do in case of MDM is a device wipe or a device reset. Okay. So we can do a factory reset of the device if the device is enrolled to Intune. That is the most restrictive thing that we can do in case of MDM. Okay. And obviously we can push an application, and we can push any device configuration profile, any kind of profile or compliance kind of profile. Okay. Now let's just talk about MAM. In case of MAM, we are not managing the entire device, but we are managing a specific application in the device. In this case, we are managing only the Outlook application, but not the entire device. These are the things that we can do using MAM. And the way we would be doing it is more or less the same. The IT admin will be creating the policy in the Intune portal, which will be actually creating something in the Intune database, and the Intune service will be deploying that policy onto the device. The typical kind of policies that we can create in case of MAM is a policy which would define how the application is, what is going to be the behavior more or less of the application. So we are protecting the application in case of MAM, right? So we can define how the application is going to behave, whether we can copy a data from a specific application and paste it to the other application or not, whether we can share data from application 1 to application 2 or not, and all that. Okay. The most restrictive thing that we can do in case of MAM is an app selective wipe. What that means is if an admin does an app selective wipe in case of Outlook, then all the emails that were there in this Outlook application will be gone. And the end user, when he launches the Outlook application again, he will have to set up the mailbox again. Okay. So that's the most restrictive thing that the admin can do in case of an MAM. So he cannot do anything with the device. All that he can do is he can flush everything that is there in that device with respect to a specific application that we were managing to begin with. Okay. So again, this would be, I mean, this is like kind of a prereq. So I just wanted to take the first 5 or 6 minutes. I think I've taken longer than that to just segregate what MAM is, what MDM is, why do we need it, and all that. Okay. All right. So, well, mobile MAM or mobile application management refers to the suite of Intune management features that lets you publish, push, configure, secure, monitor, update mobile apps for your users. So over here it's saying mobile apps for the users and not the mobile device. Okay, so using MAM or mobile application management, it's a part of Intune which lets us supervise, manage, and regulate how a specific application in the device is going to behave. The app protection, so MAM is actually a policy, right? Mobile application management policy is what we are making. And what is that policy? That is actually a set of rules that we define, and that rule helps us to define that how we want an exact application to behave. If we have, let's just say, app 1, whether we want that app 1 to transmit data to app 2 or not, or to share data to a app 2 or not, or when we are launching the app 1, how the app 1 is going to behave and all that, right? So it's a set of rules that helps the organizations, that make sure, that helps the organization to ensure that the organization's data remains safe and is contained in a managed application. We'll talk about what a managed application is in a while. It allows you to manage and protect your organization's data within an application. Okay. What is the benefit of MAM? So as we said, I mean, the benefit of MAM correlates with the need for MAM. MAM protects an organization's data within an organization. It's self-explanatory. App that contains sensitive data, let's just say in our case, and our Outlook email for our organization, it can be managed on almost any device. That can be a personal device as well. That is a BYOD kind of a device. So this is important because earlier we were stuck to managing applications in a company provided device only. So we were stuck to this case wherein we were managing the entire device as well as the application in the device. But now that is not the case. Now we have something like this, which I referred to as MAM without enrollment, wherein we have the ability of managing a specific application in the device, but not the entire device. So this is like a typical use case or a typical scenario wherein we'll be making use of MAM without enrollment specifically for BYOD kind of a scenario, because I mean, it makes sense that the admin wouldn't want to touch the user's device, but just in specific application in the device. Okay. The MAM or mobile application management policies helps us in protecting the company data at the app level. We are not making any changes at the device level, but we are protecting the data at the application level. Because mobile application management doesn't require device management, we can protect the company data on both managed and unmanaged devices. So managed device means a device which is enrolled to Intune, and an unmanaged device is a device which is not enrolled to Intune. The management is centered on user's identity, which removes the requirement for device management. End users' productivity isn't affected, and the policies don't apply when the user's app is in personal context. So what this means is, let's just say that there is this device, and in this device there is this Outlook application, and if I'm logged into this Outlook application using my personal account, then I will be making use of the Outlook application just the way I have always been making use of it. There will be no policies, no restrictions, nothing. However, when I log into this Outlook application using my corporate identity, which has been targeted by the MAM policy, that is wherein the policies come down to the Outlook application and all the restrictions that have been put in by the admin are enforced. Okay, so what this means is when the app is used in the personal context, then there are no policies coming down. When it is used in the corporate context, that's only when the application is subjected to the policies. All right. The policies are applied only in work context, which gives you the ability to protect companies' data without touching the personal data. Yeah. So that again explains what I just said. And then app protection policies make sure that there is an application protection layer in place. So as I said, we are managing the application, and pretty much we can manage almost everything. I wouldn't say everything, but a lot of things as compared to, I mean, as far as this behavior of Outlook application is concerned, we can say that, you know what, whenever you're launching the Outlook application, there has to be a PIN. Okay, you provided a PIN. If you're launching the application again after 30 minutes, you have to enter the PIN again, which the admin has to set obviously beforehand. You know what, when you have launched the Outlook application, if you're trying to copy anything from Outlook and paste it into WhatsApp, that should not be allowed, because obviously WhatsApp is something that we don't trust. It's usually used for personal context. You know what, if there is an attachment in Outlook, if you want to open it, there is a specific application in which you can open the Outlook attachment only. You cannot open that Outlook attachment in a third-party application or in an application that I don't trust. So you know what, if there is any attachment that you're downloading from Outlook, that attachment should be encrypted. So these are, I mean, specific use cases. We'll talk about all the things that we can probably do with a MAM policy, but I mean, this is some of the use cases. Another very common use case is, you know what, if you're downloading something from Outlook, any attachment from Outlook, you can only save it in your corporate OneDrive. You cannot save it on the local mobile itself, on the storage of the mobile itself. Okay, this would make sure that most of the organizations use this, because this ensures that even though you are accessing your email from a personal device, no data resides in the device. The data resides in your OneDrive only, which is your corp OneDrive. Obviously, I mean, it doesn't stop you from I mean, let's just say that you have another mobile device and you are opening Outlook and you're taking a picture. That is something which we cannot, that is something that we cannot control. But yeah, I mean, there are a lot of things that we can as far as the same device is concerned. All right. So now this slide talks about the possible scenarios that exists with MAM. And it is actually talking about these three scenarios that we spoke about, 1, 2, and 3. The first scenario is, okay, let's just talk about this first. Microsoft Intune for full access MDM and MAM. So if we have a device, the device is enrolled, and then we have a application in the device, and that application is also managed. So it is this scenario wherein we are managing the device and we are managing the application in the device. So we were managing the device because, well, let's just say it was a corporate provided device, and then we decided to manage an application in the device also, because we wanted to provide a second layer of protection. All right, so this would be MDM plus MAM. Okay, the second use case is, let's just say that I have a device. The device is enrolled to any other MDM. Let's just say that the device is enrolled to ZenMobile, or it's enrolled to AirWatch. And the application that we have in the device, that application is controlled via MAM policy, which is made in Intune. This is the second use case, which means that third-party MDM and Microsoft Intune MAM only. So the device is not enrolled to Intune, the device is enrolled to any other MDM. And the third use case is what we already spoke about, wherein the device is not enrolled and the application in the device is being managed via Intune only. This is referred to as MAM without enrollment. So the device is not enrolled, only the application is being managed. And this is actually a value add, because this ability is not there in all the other MDM providers as well. So let's just say that let's just say it's a personal device and we just want to manage the Outlook application in the personal device. So in most of the other MDMs, even if we are just managing the Outlook application in the device, we still have to enroll the entire device. So even if the admin will say that, you know what, let's just enroll the entire device, but we will not be managing the device, we will only be managing an application in the device. That's fine, that's fair enough. But still we are giving the admin the ability to manage the device if he wishes to do so, right? However, in case of Intune, that is not the case, and we can do something like a MAM without enrollment. So this is not there in all the other MDMs. I believe in Citrix, ZenMobile, this option is there. I'm not exactly sure, but it's not there in all the other MDMs as well. The MAM without enrollment option. Therefore, I'm calling it a value add. All right. So this is like a holistic view of what an admin might be wanting and how MAM fits into the pieces and how MDM fits into the pieces. So let's just say that let's just say that we want to restrict, let's just say that we want to restrict the unauthorized data access. Okay. If we want to restrict the unauthorized data access, if the device is enrolled, if we were using MDM, we could have said that, you know what, you cannot access a specific application unless the device is enrolled. In this case, we can prohibit unauthorized access by putting in a, let's just say, by putting in a pin, or by saying that, you know what, if unless and until the application is subjected to the MAM policy, you won't be allowed to access the data in the application. So this is something that we achieve using MAM plus conditional access, which will come into the picture later. For compromised account, how do we meet that use case? In case of MDM, we can set a device pin. In case of MAM, we achieve that by setting in a app pin. So every time that app is launched, we can say that, you know what, every time you're trying to launch the application, you have to enter a pin. On the other hand, if we correlate that with a similar kind of policy at the device level, that would be applying a device pin. Compromised device, how do we make sure the device is not compromised, or how do we take care of such situation? We encrypt the device data. In case of MAM, we make sure of that by encrypting the application data. So what the screenshot is talking about is, if you are making use of MDM, then more often than not, everything that you would be doing would be at the device level. And if you are making use of something like a MAM, or specifically MAM without enrollment, everything that you'll be doing here will be at the application level. In this case, the device is corporate owned, and in this case, we are assuming that the device is user owned. Over here, the most restrictive thing we can do is a device wipe. Over here, the most restrictive thing that we can do is a wipe app data. Over here, we can push something like a compliance policy, configuration policy. Over here, we are pushing a MAM policy, wherein we are defining how the application is going to behave, like the restrict, cut, copy, paste, or sharing of information, which we'll talk about later. So, I mean, this is the use case, and this is how we would be doing it in case of MDM, and this is how we would be doing it in case of MAM. So this is what the slide is talking about. It is kind of self-explanatory. Again, kind of a repetitive slide. I will quickly walk you through it. What can we do using MAM? Restrict, cut, copy, paste, and save as functions. What else can we? Is this the only thing that we can do? No, that's not the answer. There are other things as well that we can do. We'll see that when we talk about how to create a MAM policy. We can configure web links to open inside a secure Microsoft browser. What that means is, let's just say that there is a link in the Outlook application, and we want that whenever we're clicking on that Outlook application's link, it should always open in, let's just say, Edge, which is also managed or which is also protected, and not in Safari, which is not protected because it's not an application onto which we can apply a MAM policy to. This is also something that we can govern. Enable multi-identity use at the app level. What that means is, if when the personal user is logging in, nothing is happening. When the onto the same application, when we are logging using our corporate account, that's when the magic happens and the MAM policy comes down. And as I said, we can incorporate MAM policy with conditional access as well. And then enable app protection without requiring enrollment. That is MAM without enrollment. Setting up security storage location. What this means is, and whenever we are trying to save anything from, let's just say, Outlook, any attachment, it will not let you save it in the local storage. It will only let you save it in the corp location. That's what setting up the storage and security means. And enabling app protection policy on devices managed by third-party EMM tools, like the devices enrolled to any other MDM, but the application in the device is being managed via Intune. So again, kind of self-explanatory, therefore I won't stop here much longer. Okay. Now it brings us to the question that, okay, until now I've been saying that, you know what, we can apply a MAM policy, and we can protect the data. Can I apply? So then that would bring up the question that, can I apply a MAM policy to any application? The answer to that is, unfortunately, no. MAM policy in Android and iOS cannot be applied to any application that we wish. Okay, there is a specific list of applications and we can apply a MAM policy to that list of applications only. What is that list and where is that list? This is that list of applications. So this is the list of all the public applications onto which a MAM policy can be applied to. So until here, I think these are all the Microsoft applications. On the left side of this line are all the Microsoft applications, and on the right side of this line are all the third-party applications. These are all public applications. It's not an LOB application, it's a public application. And the term, so we have to be aware with the term or the verbiage that we are going to use from now on. So these applications onto which we can apply a MAM policy are referred to as MAM aware application. Why am I saying MAM aware? Because they are able to understand and comprehend the MAM policy. Okay, therefore we will be referring to these applications as MAM aware application. So what are the other applications called? All the other applications onto which we cannot apply the MAM policy are referred to as MAM unaware applications, because those applications are not able to understand a MAM policy. So we can create a MAM policy and try and apply it to any application. Let's just say WhatsApp, which is not there in this list. So from Intune, all we can do is we can create an application and apply it. But that application has to be capable enough to understand the policy that is coming down and behave accordingly, right? And all the applications cannot do that. So the applications that can understand the MAM policy are these, and they are referred to as a MAM aware applications. So these are the applications onto which we can apply a MAM policy. If the customer tomorrow comes and says that, you know what, I want to apply MAM policy on Facebook, sorry, can't help it. It's not a MAM aware application. MAM policy cannot be applied to it. So then that would bring us to the question. So that talks about the store application. These are all store applications. Okay. Now let's just say that there is a LOB application. Okay. So LOB application more or less is something which an organization would be. LOB application, by LOB application I mean a line of business application which an organization is developing in-house to meet their org requirement, right? So obviously an LOB application is something that is used for corporate purpose only. It's not used for personal purpose. So it would only make sense if we enable that LOB application and make it a MAM aware application, because, well, obviously a LOB application which a corporate organization is developing would be used to access the corp data. And if that is the case, then we have to make sure that the corp data is remaining secured. And how do we do that? We do that using these two techniques. So let me just remind you guys, this is a technique to make any MAM unaware application a MAM aware application. So by default, these are the applications which are MAM aware. However, if there is any application which is not there in this list and we want to make it MAM aware, how do we do this? How do we do that? There are these two ways. However, I would underline this fact that this is for a LOB application and not for a store application, or not for a public application. What that means is we cannot just, okay, so let me just explain what these things are. I'll not go into the very detail of what is Intune SDK integration and what is app wrapping, because I'll be doing a separate nugget on them. But for now, just know that Intune SDK integration and app wrapping are two different techniques to ensure that any application that we have becomes MAM aware and it's able to understand and comprehend the MAM policy. So what we do in Intune SDK integration is we download a software deployment kit from GitHub, which is provided by Intune, and we develop the application using the Intune SDK. What that makes the application do? That makes that application MAM aware, and it enables the application to understand and comprehend the MAM policy. So think of it like this way. This is a application. The application is still undergoing the development phase. What we will do, we will add an ingredient into this application. That ingredient is Intune SDK or the software deployment kit. The output of that is the application, obviously, but now that application is MAM aware. So now this application can be targeted via a MAM policy. MAM policy. Okay, so that this is what Intune SDK integration does. We integrate the SDK during the app builder phase itself and make the application MAM aware. But then again, this is not a very convenient thing to do all the time, right? Because for this, you will have to reach out to your developer and tell them that, you know what, develop the app using the Intune SDK. What if the app is already developed? What if you have an application which is already developed and you're already using it in your organization, and now you have started using Intune, and now the requirement is obviously trying to protect the data in that application as well. So for that, we have something called Intune app wrapping. So let's just say that there is this application which was developed by the developer that was given. So this is the application. It is already developed and we did not add the secret ingredient to it. We did not add the Intune SDK to it, right? The application is already developed, the application is available, and right now the application is not MAM aware. Okay. So what we can do to this LOB application is we can pass this application through a tool called Intune App Wrapping tool. So there is something called the Intune App Wrapper. It's a tool which is publicly available. We pass this application through this Intune App Wrapper tool, and the output is the same application again. Let me just call this A dash. The only difference between A and A dash is the application is the same, the name of the application, the attributes of the application, everything is the same. The only difference is that now A dash has been app wrapped using an app wrapper. And the process is, and what is the significance of wrapping an application using app wrapper? The significance of wrapping an application using app wrapper is it makes the application MAM aware. Okay, what this means is, even though A was a MAM unaware application and it was not able to comprehend all the MAM policy, A dash is now a MAM aware application and it will be able to now comprehend the MAM policy. So now let's just do a comparison between these two, the Intune SDK integration and the app wrapping. Again, I will not go into the very details of these two, just a 1,000-feet overview. This is something that we do in the app development phase itself, as you saw over here. This is something that we do after the app development phase. The app was already developed until here, and then we decided to integrate. Then we decided that, you know what, this app needs to be targeted via MAM policy, therefore I need to app wrap it. Okay. This is done by using the software deployment kit during the app development phase. This is done by using a tool called Intune App Wrapper after the app has been developed. In both the cases, the output is a version of application which is MAM aware and can be targeted via a MAM policy. In both the cases, we use this for a LOB application and not a store application. This is kind of foolproof. What I mean is, if we have any application, we Intune SDK integrate it. I mean, the expectation is that in 99.99% cases, if the Intune SDK was done, Intune SDK integration was done correctly, the application will be a MAM aware application. This is something that I would say not foolproof. So I'm not going to give you a percentage that, you know what, this much percentage of times it is successful, this much percentage of times it is not successful. If we have app wrapped an application, then the expectation is that the application that we get after app wrapping is going to be MAM aware and is going to understand the MAM policy. However, there might be instances wherein it just doesn't work. And well, in that case, the recommendation would be, you know what, Intune SDK integrated, that is, go with this approach. We follow this approach only when, I mean, the app is already developed, and I mean, this is a faster approach, right? I mean, app wrapping an application and deploying it, it doesn't take much time. But this takes a lot of time, right? Because you have to reach out to the developer, they have to use the Intune SDK, they have to So what Intune SDK does is it adds or embeds some lines in the app code which makes the application MAM aware, and it makes the application understand single sign-on, and it will add the ADAL libraries into the app code. However, in case of app wrapping, there is no concept of single sign-on, and in app wrapping, well, the expectation again is that it should work, but well, in some cases it just doesn't, and if that's the case, then we might want to revisit this option. Okay, again, this takes a lot of time comparatively. This is way quicker. This is something that we can do from our end as well. However, for this we might have to reach out to our app developer for assistance. Okay, so again, 1,000 feet overview of what exactly can all applications be targeted by a MAM policy. Answer is no, only these can be. However, if we have any LOB application, can we make it MAM aware? Yes, we can. How can we do that? Using these two techniques. If we have any store application, can we make it MAM aware? This is the answer. That this is a question which I will be answering probably in some time. So if you guys would want, you can do some research on it. Let's just say that how about I download WhatsApp from the store and then I want to app wrap it. Will that work? If yes, then why, and if not, then why not? This is something that I will be answering in a while. Okay, so probably we can do some research on it. But I mean, this is again 1,000 feet overview of what are the two various ways of making an application, an LOB application, MAM aware. Okay, now let's just talk about what is an app selective wipe. So we have spoken about this earlier, but let's just speak about it a little bit more. So let's just say that there was this device, and this device had an application, okay? And we are talking about MAM without enrollment scenario, wherein the device is not enrolled, only this application in this device is managed, right? So we already spoke about this, that what is the most restrictive thing that a user can do in this case. The most restrictive thing that not the user, what an admin can do in this case, the most restrictive thing that an admin can do in this case is an app selective wipe. What an app selective wipe does is it will remove all the data which is there in this device pertaining to this application. In this case, let's just say Outlook. So if the user was logged into Outlook and all the mailboxes were loaded, and if the end user was making use of Outlook, if the admin suddenly does an app selective wipe from the portal, then the Outlook application would still be there, but the user will be logged out of the Outlook application and he will no longer be able to access his mailbox. So this is equivalent to setting up the Outlook application again, and the app data has been wiped out, so that app related data is not there. Okay, so app selective wipe for MAM simply removes the company app data from an application. The request is initiated using the portal. So this is something which which the admin will be doing from the portal. Just like we do a device wipe from the portal, the admin can do an app selective wipe from the portal as well, right? So let's just say that there is a, so let's just talk about a use case of this. I mean, it would then make more sense. If there was a user who was working in my organization and tomorrow he is leaving my organization, okay? But in his device, Outlook is still configured, and that Outlook is used to access my organization's emails, which I don't want the user to do from tomorrow. How do I take care of that? Well, the best use case is making use of app selective wipe like this. So once the app selective wipe is done, the end user will no longer be able to access the corp related emails. Everything else will remain intact. If the user is using the app when the selective wipe is initiated, the Intune App SDK checks every 30 minutes for a selective wipe request from the Intune MAM service. It also checks for selective wipe when the user launches the application for the first time and signs in with their work or school account. Okay, cool. So now let's just talk about how do we create a MAM policy. Until now we have been speaking about what a MAM policy is, why do we need it, where can we use it, on which application can we use it, how can we use it. Now let's just talk about how to create a MAM policy. Again, before we do that, So every time I'm saying MAM policy, this is applicable for Android and iOS only. Okay, a MAM policy is not applicable on Windows. Then what if we want to manage a specific application in Windows and not the entire Windows device? In that case, just like MAM, we have something called, you guessed it right, it is called WIP, or Windows Information Protection. I have done a separate nugget on WIP. You might want to take a look over that. But well, MAM for Android and iOS is more or less same as WIP, a Windows Information Protection policy for Windows. Okay. So right now, let's just see how we can create a MAM policy. So the way to create a MAM policy is we have to go to Microsoft Intune and then Client Apps. And then over there, we have a section which says that App Protection Policy. We have to click over there, and then we can select the iOS, iPad, or we can select Android. So these two will be under MAM, and this would be WIP. Okay. And then we have to obviously name the policy and then provide a description, and then whatever OS we chose in the first screen will come up over here. And then over here you can see that there are 7 phases of creating this policy. So in each screen, whenever we click on next, so right now we are at the basic phase or the first phase. Whenever we click on next, we are going to go to the next phase wherein we have to provide that specific kind of information. So right now we have provided the basic information. Then we have to provide information related to the application, then the data protection, then access requirement, conditional launch, assignments, wherein we'll be assigning this policy to somebody, and then create. So these are the different phases that we have to go through in order to create a MAM policy. So right now what we have done, we have just selected what is going to be the name of the application. What is the next phase? The next phase is apps phase. Okay. In the apps phase, what we have to do is we have to decide which model we want to follow. When I say which model we want to follow, let me just go back here and tell you guys whether we want to follow this model wherein, well, this model was just for MDM, whether we want to follow this model wherein the device is enrolled and we want to protect an application in an enrolled device, or whether we want to follow this model wherein the device is not enrolled, we just want to manage an application in an unenrolled device. Okay. So this model is referred to as applying a MAM policy on a managed device. When I say managed device, what I mean is a device which is already enrolled to Intune. This model is referred to as applying a MAM policy on an unmanaged device, because the device is not managed, only the application is what we are willing to manage, not the entire device. Okay, so this is what we are selecting in the in this phase of the creation of policy. Whether we want to do it for an unmanaged device, that is MAM without enrollment, or whether we want to do it on a managed device. So if we are doing it on a managed device, there are 2 ways an Android device can be enrolled, right? So it can be enrolled as Android Enterprise, or it can be enrolled as Android Device Administrator. Again, I'm not going to go into what is the very details of these two. This is a separate nugget on that. You might as well refer that. But this is referring to as a managed device, meaning we are talking of MAM plus MDM. This is talking about MAM without enrollment. So this is the selection that we would have to make. If we want to target it to both, then we can select yes over here. Okay, so that is, so over here we are selecting that what kind of device model we want to follow. So for iOS there are 2 options: apps on unmanaged devices, meaning the devices which are not Intune enrolled. So this is referred to as, or enrolled to any other MDM vendor. So the device is either not enrolled to Intune, or maybe, so if the device is enrolled to any other MDM, let's just say AirWash, that is equivalent to the device not being enrolled, right? Because we don't really care whether the device is enrolled to any other MDM or not, right? For us, it is equivalent to device just not being enrolled, right? Or apps on Intune managed devices. These are the 2 segregation we will be getting when we are creating a policy for iOS. So apps on Intune managed devices means the devices which are enrolled to Intune. For Android, we get three options. First is apps on unmanaged devices, which means devices which are not enrolled to Intune, or devices which are enrolled to any other MDM. Both are the same for us. The second option is apps on Intune managed devices, and then which is like normal Android, traditional enrollment, that is as device administrator. And then the third option is apps on Android work profile, right? Or we have something like device administrator and Android enterprise. So, well, again, more or less there are two ways of enrolling an Android device. Therefore, we are getting these two options. But if we club these two as one, then this means that this is the option for an enrolled device, and this is the option for unenrolled device, whether you want to apply MAM policy to unenrolled device or to enrolled device. Same thing over here. This one is for unenrolled device and this one is for enrolled device. Okay. And then we have to select the application onto which we want to apply the MAM policy to. So then we have to click on public apps, and then we have, whenever we click on this public apps, this will pop up on the right hand side, and we will be having an option to select the application onto which we want to target the MAM policy. And the list of applications you will be seeing over there will be from this list, right? So let's just say we are talking about Adobe Acrobat Reader. This is something that we see in that list, right? Because Adobe Acrobat Reader is a managed application, is a MAM aware application. Okay, so we have to be very wise in our in the words that we are choosing. These are the MAM aware applications. Therefore, this is something that we see in this list. Okay, let's just talk about a LOB application. Let's just say that there is an application which I have developed, and well, let's just say I use the Intune SDK integration or the app wrapping tool that I was supposed to use. But that application does not come up over here by default. In that case, we have to select this option which says that select no, this is the select public app option. This is what we have selected over here. There will be another option at the bottom which will be saying that select custom app. This is what we will be choosing to target an LOB applications. Just when we click over here, we will be able to see all the LOB applications that we have in our tenant. And from that, we can select any LOB application that we want to choose. Okay. So, well, we can choose any LOB application, irrespective of whether it is MAM aware or irrespective of whether it is MAM unaware. We can choose any application. Just like in this case also, we can apply a MAM policy to WhatsApp as well, right? But it's not going to work. Therefore, it doesn't come up in this list. Similarly, we can apply a MAM policy to a LOB application which is not MAM aware, but it is not going to work. Therefore, it doesn't make sense. Therefore, if we want to apply a MAM policy to LOB application, obviously the prerequisite is it needs to be made MAM aware. And once that is done, we just need to click on select custom app. It will then show all the applications, all the LOB applications that we have for Android in our tenant. And from there, we can select the LOB application that we want to target. Okay, cool. So the app selection has been done, wherein we made a selection of onto what application and what kind of device the MAM policy is supposed to be applicable on. Now the next thing is data protection. That how do we want that application to behave so that we as an admin are protecting that application and that data in that application. Okay, so for this there are two things, and I want to take a couple of minutes and explain what does this send org data to other apps and receive org data to other apps means. Okay, so let's just say that I have a device, and irrespective of whether that device is enrolled or not, let's just say that there is the first application, let's just say Outlook. There is the second application, let's just say Skype. There is this third application, let's just say OneDrive. And there is this fourth application, let's just say Adobe Acrobat Reader. Okay, and there is this fifth application in the device. Let's just say WhatsApp, and so on and so forth. We have a sixth application, let's just say YouTube. Okay, obviously WhatsApp and YouTube cannot be targeted via MAM policy, but Outlook, Skype, Adobe, and OneDrive can be targeted via MAM policy. So let's just say that I made the MAM policy, and in this previous screen over here, I selected all those 4 applications. Okay, I selected Adobe Acrobat Reader, OneDrive, and Outlook, and Skype. Okay, what that means is these 4 applications now will I mean, obviously these 4 applications were MAM aware, and these 2 applications are not MAM aware. Okay, let's just say that there is one more application. What would be a good example that we usually use? Let me just go over here. Let's just say, okay, let's just say Word, which people usually use. So let's just say there is another application called Word or Excel. Okay, so Excel is also a MAM aware application. So in this diagram over here, how many applications do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Out of these 7 applications, 5 are MAM aware. So this 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These 5 applications are MAM aware, and these 2 applications are not MAM aware. Correct? Because these 2 applications are not there in that list, and all these applications are store app. None of them are LOB apps. Okay. However, in this previous screen from here, I selected only 4 applications. What that means is only these 4 applications are the ones that I wish to manage. Okay. So now these 4 applications will be referred to as managed applications. Okay. And these applications on the right hand side will be unmanaged applications. So these are the applications which are not managed by the MAM policy. Okay. Mind you, it does not mean that an unmanaged application is always MAM unaware applications. In our case, Excel is a MAM aware application, but it is unmanaged. What that means is it is not targeted by the MAM policy. So in the MAM policy, if we select this option, which says that send org data to other apps, and if we set it to policy managed app, what that would mean is whenever we are opening the Outlook application, and let's just say I copy any data from Outlook application. I open Outlook, I copy anything from the mail body. Okay, I can paste this in other policy managed applications only. What it means is, what are the other policy managed applications? Skype, Adobe, and OneDrive. So if I copy anything from Outlook, if I copy anything from the Outlook body, I can paste it on these 3 applications only. I cannot paste anything from Outlook to YouTube or to WhatsApp or to Excel. Right now, YouTube is an unmanaged application. What it means is our admin believes that this is an application which is not something which is related to work. Therefore, I don't want any data from my managed application to go to an unmanaged application. Therefore, YouTube, WhatsApp, and Excel are all unmanaged apps which we in a way don't trust. Okay. So if we want a scenario wherein all the applications which were managed, and which applications are managed? Those applications are managed which are targeted via the MAM policy, which were chosen in this screen, those 4 applications. And these are those applications which the admin believes that will be used for corporate purposes, and will be working with a secured data, and will be working with the data which needs to be secured. Okay, those are the managed applications which are targeted by the policy. And the intent here is we don't want the data to leak from a managed application to a unmanaged application, because this is something that we cannot manage, which we cannot supervise. This cannot be targeted via, or this is not targeted via the MAM policy. So we don't want the data to leak from a managed app to a unmanaged app, right? This is what we don't want to do. If that is the case, then we are going to select this option which says that send org data to this option which says policy managed apps. So what that means is Outlook can send data to other policy managed apps only, which means Outlook can send data to Skype, it can send data to OneDrive, and it can send data to Adobe, which are all policy managed applications. If I say that send org data to all apps, that would mean that Outlook will be able to send data to any application in the device. May that be managed or may that be unmanaged. So in that case, Outlook will be able to send data to WhatsApp and YouTube and Excel as well. If I set it to none, it would mean that Outlook will not be able to send data to any application, irrespective of whether that application is managed or unmanaged. So in that case, Outlook will not be able to send data to Skype or OneDrive or Adobe. Okay, so this is what send org data to other apps means. Okay, now the other option is receive data from other apps. So when we click on receive data from other apps, it also has these three drop downs. So what does that mean? Again, let's just talk about the same scenario wherein let me see whether I have an option of doing Control Z. No, I don't. Okay, so let's just say that again on the left hand side we have the managed applications, wherein we have got 4 applications over here, and on the right hand side we have got a couple of applications or 3 applications. Okay, let's just say that this is the Outlook application or the first application. Right before we were talking about how the data transfer from this application to the other application is going to be. That was the outgoing of data. Now it says receive data. So now over here we are going to say that can I go to WhatsApp, copy any data from WhatsApp and then paste it to Outlook or not? Okay, this is receive of data. Whether Outlook, which is a managed app, this is the managed apps, this is the unmanaged apps, this is Outlook, this is WhatsApp, whether Outlook can receive data from an unmanaged app or not. If over here receive data from other apps, if we have set it to policy managed apps only, what that would mean is Outlook can receive data from other managed applications only. So I can only copy data from Skype or from OneDrive or from Adobe and paste it to Outlook. I cannot copy data from WhatsApp or from Excel or from YouTube and paste it in Outlook, because Outlook will only be receiving data from a policy managed app. What if we choose so right now we are talking about this option, receive data from other apps. If we set this to all apps, what that would mean is Outlook can receive data from any application. It can receive data from WhatsApp and it can receive data from YouTube. It can receive data from anywhere. If I set the receive data from other apps to none, it would mean that Outlook will not receive data from any application, irrespective of whether it is a managed app or an unmanaged app. Okay, so now let's just talk about what is the use case. I mean, how do we set this up? So usually people will be setting it up as the incoming of data is something that we are not that much concerned with. However, outgoing of data is something that we are. What that means is we will be sending the send org data to other apps to policy managed apps only. What that would mean is Outlook will only send data to the managed applications and not to an unmanaged application which we don't trust. So that will make sure that the leakage of data is not happening. However, as far as Outlook receiving data is concerned, I mean, even if we receive a data which is not related to work, that is fine. We should not be sending the data, because if we send the data, that is leakage. If we get unnecessary data, that is still fine, that is still acceptable. But if we are sending the data, org data, to a WhatsApp or to YouTube, then that would mean we are leaking the data. Okay. So this is what the send org data and receive data to other apps means. And this is one of those basic foundations of MAM policy on how we govern, we are going to protect the data via the MAM policy. And then we have something called save copies of org data. So if we select save, okay, so what it was, the same screenshot is there, send org data to other apps. If we select all apps, or if we click on that drop down, it's going to give us those three options. And then we will talk about what an exemption is. This is also an important point. I'm going to skip this now because there are a couple of slides for this exclusively. We'll talk about this later. Okay. Now then, so let me just skip this and then come directly to save copies of org data. So if I'm selecting block, then the users will not be able to save copies of org data. What that means is, let's just say in Outlook there was an attachment. The user will not be able to save the attachment. Let's just say that I want the end user to be able to save the attachment in OneDrive and in SharePoint only. I don't want them to save it in the local storage. So what I'll do is save copies of org data. I will set it to block. And then in the allow users to save copy of the selected services, which is a sub part of the same policy, I will select the place where I want them to save the files. So let's just say I only want them to save attachment from Outlook in SharePoint or in OneDrive for Business. I'll be selecting those two options. Okay. And then we have restrict, cut, copy, paste between other apps. So if I'm copying any data from Outlook, so either we can, so when I'm saying that send org data, this is not just limited to copy paste. This is also limited to sharing of data as well. So let's just say that there is an image in Outlook. Okay. We have the option of viewing that image in, let's just say, there is an application, there's an unmanaged application over here, and there is a managed application over here. Both these applications are capable of viewing a PNG. Okay. So when I say that send org data to policy managed apps only, what that would mean is, if there is any attachment in Outlook, that attachment can only be opened by this application and not by this application. Because if that attachment is opened via this application, it would mean that we are leaking the data to an unmanaged app, right? The point that I wanted to make is this policy is not just limited to copy paste, but it is limited to any kind of sharing. Okay. And then we have some additional settings as well that we can probably configure in the same MAM policy. One is one is whether we want to set up third-party keyboards or not. If we allow it, then the MAM managed applications will be, we'll be having the option of using a third-party keyboard in those managed applications. If we block it, then we cannot use any third-party keyboards. And then we have something called encryption. So all the data that is being saved by an application which is targeted via MAM is encrypted. So if we select on required, then the application is going to be encrypted. If we select on not required, then the application is not going to be encrypted. And then we have something called printing org data. If we click on allow, then the users will be having an option of printing anything from, let's just say, Outlook. If we click on block, then the end users cannot even print anything from Outlook. So this would be, the next level of security if you would want to provide it. And then we have something like syncing application with native contact apps. So let's just say if we want to sync contacts between Outlook and the native contacts app that we have in the mobile device. If we click on allow, then the contacts will sync. If we click on block, then those contacts won't sync. And yeah, so printing org data, we have already spoken about this. And then we have something called restrict web content transfer with other apps. So like, as I said, if we have, let's just say, if we have Outlook, and Outlook is targeted via MAM policy. Okay. And now in Outlook, we have, let's just say, a link, a hyperlink. If we click on that hyperlink, let's just say in case of iOS, by default it will open up in Safari. But let's just say we don't want that. We want that the link should only open in, let's just say, Edge or Intune managed browser, which is also present in the device and which is already targeted by a MAM policy. Then probably we can choose these two options. What this would enable us to do is it would make sure that whenever user is clicking on any link from Outlook, it opens up in another managed application only. Therefore, there is no leakage of data. However, if we select on any app, then it will open up in Safari. If we select these two options and these two applications are not there in the device, then the end user will get a prompt saying that you need this, you need to download Microsoft Edge on this device. If he clicks on that, he will be redirected to the App Store and he will be prompted to download the Microsoft Edge browser in the device. So until now we were at the data protection. This is what we all were doing in order to protect the data. Now we are at the access requirement. So under access requirement, we are going to define who will be having access to this application, or what is the requirement that anybody has to meet in order to access this application. So that will come under access requirement. So let's just say there is an Outlook application and I want to secure the Outlook application and protect the identity of the application by saying that, you know what, every time you're trying to access this application, you have to enter a PIN. Just like we put in a PIN for the device level, we are putting in a PIN for the app level. So this is wherein we will be putting that up. So we can say that under access requirement for PIN for access, we can set that to require. PIN type we can determine as well, whether it's going to be numeric or whether it's going to be passcode, whether it's going to be a simple PIN, the number of PIN length, the number of digits in the PIN length, we can define that also, whether fingerprint will be allowed or not, whether fingerprint will be overridden or not, and then timeout or minutes of inactivity. What this means is, let's just say that I just opened Outlook for the very first time and then there has been I have not been using Outlook for, let's just say, 30 minutes. So after 30 minutes, let's just say that I want that the user should be re-authenticated, if that is the word I would use. He won't have to enter his username and password. He just would have to enter the PIN after 30 minutes of inactivity of using the Outlook application. Okay. And then after how many days the PIN needs to be reset by the end user. So number of days, and then select the number of previous PIN values to maintain. So it's just like we have something in the Active Directory, right? We are setting up a passcode. We select all these in the Active Directory attributes, right? That how many times a user can, what's going to be the character of the password a user can set, and after how many days he has to reset it, and how many number of previous PIN values to maintain, and all these things, right? And app PIN when device PIN is needed. So if the device already has a PIN, whether we are forcing the user to set a PIN, a separate PIN, or the same PIN for the Outlook application also or not. So if we set this to required, then this again is the next level of security, whether we are saying that, okay, you have a PIN for the device, but I need you to have a PIN for accessing this specific application as well. Like we have in our devices, right? If you using any third-party software, if you PIN protect your WhatsApp application, so you unlock the device first and then you unlock the WhatsApp application. This is exactly what this is doing. And work or school credential for access, which needs to be provided, and recheck the access requirement every 30 minutes of inactivity. So if the policy managed app is inactive for longer than the number of minutes of activity, the app will be prompted for the access requirement. So which needs to be rechecked after every 30 minutes. So let's just say we just launched a Outlook application. It has been 30 minutes. If within 30 minutes we are launching it again, it won't ask us for the PIN. But if we wait for 30 minutes, launch it again, then it will ask us for the PIN again. Okay, so that is all that we had under access requirements, meaning what is the requirement that a user has to meet in order to access the Outlook application. And then we have something under conditional launch, which means that what is the conditions that the application must meet in order for the application for launch for the in order for us to be able to launch the application. Okay, so maximum PIN attempts, if there are 5 PIN attempts, then if there are 5 incorrect PIN attempts, then we have an option which will say that you need to reset the PIN, or there are other options as well that we can set, one of them being the app data is going to be reset, and then the offline grace period, and we can set it to values of minutes of inactivity. And there are other conditional launches as well that we can set the versions, where the version of the OS the device needs to run on and all of that. So these are the different sections that we have while creating a MAM policy. And as you can see, there are so many sections. I mean, okay, so until the app section, we are not governing anything. We are just saying that, okay, the policy should be applicable on this app. But then we have got 3 different sections which takes care of 3 different kinds of controls that we can have while accessing the application. And it gives us the ability to control that application in a very granular level. So what needs to be done next? Well, obviously now just we need to assign the application. So we just go into the assignment and we assign the application to a group. The user needs to be a part of that group, and it can be with enrollment, without enrollment, and we just need to click on review and save. Once we do a review and save, then we get a snippet of everything that we have configured in the policy. So over here, this is the policy that was configured, the name that we put in, the description, the platform, whatever we chose in, whatever applications that we chose, the public app, the custom app, the device type, and whatever we chose in the MAM policy. This is something that we have not spoken about, the exempt app. We will talk about this later. But yeah, I mean, what this is showing us is everything that we chose while creation of the MAM policy. This is just giving you a snippet of, okay, this is what you have created. All right, now, I mean, just one thing that we need to keep in mind is there are some instances wherein we are not talking about app configuration policy right now. So just like we have app protection policy, we have something called app configuration policy as well. So I'll give you a basic example of what is the difference between a app configuration policy and a app protection policy. So app protection policy, or MAM policy, what this nugget is about is, let's just say that there is this device, and this device, there is this Outlook application, right? So we are subjecting this Outlook application to MAM policy, and until now we have seen that what are the different attributes we can select in the MAM policy. But the user has to set up the Outlook first, right? He has to install the Outlook application, he has to sign into the Outlook application with his username and password, and then he has to configure the Outlook application. So the MAM policy that we are selecting over here, so this is, let's just say this is MAM. So the MAM policy that we are selecting over here, that we are setting over here, is determining what is going to be the behavior of this application when this application launches, or when this application interacts with any other application, or when the user works within this application. When I say launches, that would take care of the pin that we can set, or the conditional launch part. When this application, when I said when this application interacts with any other application, I was referring to the part like send org data and receive org data. And when I said that how this application behaves when we are working within the application, what I meant was, let's just say we are saving anything from the application, so we can determine what is going to be the location wherein we can save anything. Okay, so this is what a MAM policy is. Now let's just say that we want to have another level of control wherein we want to govern how the application is going to behave at another level. So let's just say there is the Outlook application, but I want to make things easier for the user, and I want that, you know what, the user should not even have to configure the application manually. So the first time when the user is launching the Outlook app, he should not have to enter his username and password and let's just say configure the email server and all those things. So if we want to get that done, then what we are actually doing is we are configuring, I won't say the behavior of the application because that is what we were doing in MAM, but we are configuring a specific setting of the application, that whenever the application is launched, the user should not have to enter the mail server or some other attribute. So that is something that we can do using app configuration policy. Okay, so this is the difference between a MAM policy and an app configuration policy. A MAM policy is something that we are using to protect the data within the app. However, a app configuration policy is something that we are using to make the lives of the end user a little easier by configuring the application for the user on behalf of the user. Okay. So we are not going to go into very details of what app configuration is, but this is also something that can be done. However, in many cases, you will see that if you have made an app configuration policy, the same is not taking effect unless we push a MAM policy to that user, to that application as well. For example, in many cases, you might see that if you have pushed an app configuration policy to, let's just say, Edge, the app configuration policy in Edge might not work unless there is a app protection policy or a MAM policy targeted to that application as well. It is not the other way around, but there might be instances wherein an app protection policy might be needed in order for the app configuration policy to work. Okay, just something that we need to keep in mind. Okay, so now that being said, now I want to take some time, invest some time and talk about exempting data transfer to applications. So when we were making the MAM policy, there was a section which said that we can exempt applications as well. This is the option I'm talking about, which we left, and we decided that okay, we will talk more about this later. So let's just try and explore what this select app to exempt means. Okay, let's just try and explore this a little bit more, because this is something which the organizations use a lot, and it's a very important attribute of the MAM policy. So let me just explain it this way. So again, I am going to say that, let's just say this is the first app, this is the second app, this is the third app, this is the fourth app. Okay, these are all the managed app. Okay, and then we have got a couple of applications over here as well, and these are unmanaged applications. Okay, so the unmanaged applications, let's just say take the same example. We have got WhatsApp, we have got YouTube, and let's just say we have got any other application like WebEx. Okay, and then we have the managed application like Outlook, OneDrive, Adobe Acrobat Reader, and let's just say Excel. Okay, all right. So now in that option which we were talking about, let's just explore that once again. So in that option that we were talking about, which said that send org data to the other apps and receive org data to other apps, let's just explore that option once again. So let's just say that we have said that send org data to policy managed apps only. So policy managed apps. What that would mean is, we have already spoken about this. This would mean that Outlook can send data to OneDrive, Excel, and Adobe Acrobat Reader only, which are managed applications and are targeted by the same MAM policy. Okay, if I copy anything from Outlook, I can paste it on all these three applications. If I not only just copy paste, as I said earlier, if I share any attachment from Outlook, I can share it with Adobe Acrobat Reader or OneDrive. Okay, so this is what inherently the this setting will do. If in the MAM policy I have said that send org data to policy managed apps only. If I try to copy anything from Outlook or share anything from Outlook with, let's just say, WhatsApp, YouTube, or WebEx, it won't happen because it's an unmanaged app. We have already spoken about this, right? But what if this is what we want? This is exactly what we want. We don't want the app data to leak from a managed app to the unmanaged app. So until now, everything is fine. But let's just say that I want to make an exception. I don't want Outlook to send data to all the unmanaged apps that are out there, because then that would mean that the data is leaking, with an exception of WebEx. So then that would bring up the very basic question that if I want Outlook to send data to WebEx, then why don't I make WebEx a managed application? Well, we cannot make WebEx a managed application because it is not MAM aware to begin with. WebEx is not a MAM aware application. as it is not MAM aware application, we cannot add it to that list of managed apps. We cannot add WebEx over here because it is not MAM aware. It cannot understand the MAM policy. And as I said, if you guys remember, that we can only use that technique of app wrapping or Intune SDK integration to make a MAM unaware application a MAM aware application only for a LOB app. That technique cannot be applied to a store app. Why? We will talk about that later. Therefore, WebEx cannot come on the left hand side of the border, meaning WebEx is always going to be an unmanaged application. But our organization's our organization resources use WebEx, and I want them to be able to use WebEx, and I trust WebEx. So what I want to do is Outlook should not send data to any unmanaged application with an exception of WebEx. So Outlook should only be able to send data to OneDrive, Excel, Adobe Acrobat Reader, and these applications should also, and vice versa, meaning Excel should be able to share the data with other 3 applications, and all these applications should not be able to send data to the unmanaged applications, whatever I might have in my device, with an exception of WebEx, meaning they should be able to transfer the data to WebEx app only. So that is what exempting data transfer means, that we are saying that the policy is set in a way that the managed applications will be sending data to the managed applications only, with an exception of WebEx, which is not managed, but still it will get the data. That is what data transfer exemption means, and we add that application here. So this is wherein we make that selection that, you know what, we will send our data to policy managed apps only. We set it up here with an exception of WebEx, meaning the 4 policy managed apps will be getting data from each other, and WebEx will also be receiving data from those policy managed app. Even though WebEx is not a managed application, the other unmanaged applications will be as they were, and they will not be receiving the data from the managed apps. Okay. All right. So what is the significance? The significance is with an Intune App Protection policy, the setting allows the apps to transfer data to other policy managed apps, means that the application can transfer data to other apps that are managed via Intune. However, if we need to allow data transfer to a specific app that does not support the Intune App Protection policy, therefore it cannot be made managed, like WebEx, which is not a MAM aware application, which cannot be targeted via MAM policy, we can create an exception in the policy. And the way we do that is, I'll show you guys as we guys saw the screenshot. We select on that select app option under exempt, and we add WebEx under the exemption. Okay, we can add it for Android, we can add it for iOS as well. The way we add it is a little different. So for iOS we add it via the URL protocol, and for Android we add it using the pack appage name. Okay, by default Intune adds the vital native applications to the list of exceptions. What that means is, right now if we see this application, you can see that's under select apps to exempt. We did not select any exemptions here, right? If I go back, we did not select any exemptions here, but when the policy was made, we saw that there were some exemptions added by default. So Microsoft by default adds some exemptions to the MAM policy when we create it. So we will talk about what these MAM policies are. Some of them are like messaging app service and all of that services. But if there is any other application that we want to add to the exemption, then that can be done. And the way to do that is we have to add those exemptions manually. For iOS using the URL protocol, and for Android using the package name. Okay. So now let's just talk about the use case. The use case is the most common scenario encountered is when the user wants to open a link that he has received in an email and in an Outlook application in a in an unmanaged app. Let's just, like for example, I talk about I spoke about, we have Outlook. In that Outlook we have a link for WebEx, and when we click on that link, we want that it should redirect us to the WebEx application, which would mean that we are transferring data from Outlook to WebEx, even though WebEx is unmanaged and Outlook is managed. like WebEx gives an example over here. With certain app protection policies in place and no data transfer exemptions created, this operation will fail, obviously, because we don't want inherently the managed application to send data to an unmanaged application. Another example is voicemails. So if we have received links to voicemails in our Outlook and which have an extension of .wav file, and depending upon the platform we use, we will have to create an exemption for that also. Otherwise, if we click on that voice files, the operating system will give us a prompt that this action is not allowed, because this is the action that transmits data from a managed app to an unmanaged app. So as an administrator, the solution for this is, as an administrator, we can create exceptions in the Intune MAM policy, wherein we can choose a specific unmanaged app onto which the data can be transferred. Okay. So all right. So as I told you guys earlier, for defining the exemptions, in case of iOS, it needs to be done using the URL identifier, which is a little tough to find. I have a small list which probably you can refer to, but then there are so many iOS applications out there, right? So I cannot make a list for all of them, but I mean, in case of iOS, we have to use the URL identifier, which can be a little tough to find. In case of Android, we have to use the package name, which is very easy to find. I'll show you guys how to get that. And it is not the same for both. So let's just say for a WebEx application, if we want to exempt WebEx app from the MAM policy for iOS, the exemptions for WebEx is going to be different. And if we want to exempt WebEx from a MAM policy for Android, the exemption is going to be different. We don't have a way, so Microsoft does not have a way of manually finding what that exemption is. So let's just say I want to add exemption for WebEx. I need to know the package name for WebEx, okay, in case of Android. If I want to add exemption for WebEx in case of a MAM policy for iOS, I need to know the URL identifier for WebEx, okay, in case of iOS. And Microsoft does not have a way to manually find that. This is something which the admin has to do. How to do that, I'll let you know. But I mean, Microsoft cannot detect automatically that, okay, you want to exempt WebEx, this is what you need to add. This is something that we have to do on our own. And so there is one more good to know fact that I wanted you guys to know, and that is, if I go back here and I show you guys that the list of MAM aware applications. So an year back, this list was almost half. Okay. Now we have, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We have around 50 odd applications in this list, right? The store applications. And the list is only growing. Okay. So the app developers are, so this third part, all these applications are not owned by Microsoft, right? So there is nothing that Microsoft or we can do in order to make an application MAM aware. Whoever is developing this application and is publishing it in the store has to develop it using the Intune SDK so that these store applications are MAM aware to begin with. And the list is only increasing. So the developers who develop these applications are developing the apps more and more in a way that it becomes MAM aware to begin with. Okay, so the list is only increasing is what I was trying to say. All right. So yeah, the dev teams actively work together to make sure that more and more applications are MAM aware so that they can be included in the MAM policy without having the need to create an exemptions. Okay. All right. So these are the list of a common exemption that we can probably use. So if we want to exempt WebEx, which is like very commonly used, then the package ID for WebEx in case of Android is com.cisco.webex.meetings. In case of iOS, it is only WBX. So now we know that WebEx applications exemption way or the exemption technique is different for Android and iOS. In the same MAM policy, we click on the same location, but if we are doing it for iOS, we just enter the word WBX, and if we are doing, which is a URL protocol, and we enter the package name, the package ID in case of Android, which is com.cisco.webex.meetings. And there are some other common exemptions as well. You might as well refer to that, like for iOS, for Salesforce, it is Salesforce 1. For GoToMeeting, it is GoToMeeting. In case of, these are all for iOS. This one is for Android, and rest all is for iOS, right? So for Slack, it is Slack. For Zoom meeting, it is Zoom US. Google Maps, DocuSign it, and then for Apple Maps, it is Maps. So this is these are the common exemptions that we might want to keep in mind. Now let's just do a quick case study. So now I just want to show you guys that how this exemption actually works. So let's just say that the requirement is that just like what we had for WebEx, the same requirement is what we have for GoToMeeting as well. What I mean is, let's just say that there is a device. This device, irrespective of whether this device is enrolled or not, doesn't make any difference. And in this device, we have the Outlook application. The Outlook application is targeted via MAM policy. Okay, so this is a managed application, and we have MAM policy targeting it. Okay, and we have got another application in the same device called GoToMeeting. Okay, obviously GoToMeeting is not a MAM aware application, therefore it is not a managed app, and Outlook is a MAM aware application, and in our case it is a managed app. So if there are 10 other applications in the device as well, so obviously from org security perspective, we have set the things up in a way that Outlook will be able to send data to other managed applications as well. Meaning by default, Outlook will not be able to send data to GoToMeeting. Okay, the requirement is, so let's just see what happens by default. When a user clicks on a link in Outlook, and let's just say that link is for a meeting for just like we have invites in WebEx, we can have invites for GoToMeeting as well, right? So let's just say that the user received a meeting invite for GoToMeeting in an email, right? So that link will point to GoToMeeting, right? So by default, when he clicks on that link, the user gets this error. So he gets this link for GoToMeeting in his Outlook. The Outlook is managed via MAM policy. When he clicks on this link, over here you can see that the link is supposed to go to gotomeet.me, but by default it tells you that this action is not allowed by your organization. Why? Because we are essentially moving a data from a managed app to an unmanaged app, which is what we don't want to do, because in the MAM policy we have selected that send org data to policy managed apps only. Okay, so even though it's securing the data, it's not meeting our use case, because we want the user to be able to join their meeting via GoToMeeting invite. So in this case, what we will be doing in the MAM policy, we will be adding GoToMeeting as an exception. Okay, how do we do that? First, we need to find out the package ID in case of Android, so that we can add it to the exemption. As I said, in case of Android, we need the package ID, and in case of iOS, we need that URL protocol, which I'll talk about later on. We can find the package ID of an app by browsing to the app in case of the Google Play Store, and the package ID is contained in the URL. Okay, so for GoToMeeting, it is com.gotomeeting for Android. And just as I said, for iOS, we just saw that for iOS, it is GoToMeeting, right? So now you see that there's difference. For iOS, it is just GoToMeeting, and for Android, it is com.gotomeeting. How did I get this? I just went to the Google Play Store and I searched for the GoToMeeting application, and the URL itself shows me that package identifier for GoToMeeting. And this package identifier is what I need to add. Is the package ID. This is what I need to add in the exemption. So what I'll be doing, I'll be going into that same MAM policy, which says that allow apps to transfer data to policy managed apps only. And since this was set, Outlook was not able to transmit data to GoToMeeting, but now I will click on select, which says that select app to exempt, and then I will add the name of the application I want to exempt, that is GoToMeeting, and the value. Over here, the value is com.gotomeeting for Android. So this is how we will be adding the exemption. And once this exemption is added, now if the end user clicks on this link, the GoToMeeting application will automatically launch up in the device, assuming that the application was already there in the device, and he will be able to automatically join the meeting. So now what we essentially achieved was Outlook was able to transfer data, that is a link in Outlook opened and it redirected to GoToMeeting, meaning Outlook was able to transfer data to GoToMeeting even though Outlook is managed and GoToMeeting is unmanaged, because a exemption for GoToMeeting has been made in the policy. Okay, so that was one example. Again, the same thing goes for WebEx as well. I mean, if the use case is when the user clicks on the WebEx link, we have already discussed this, from managed Outlook, it should redirect to the WebEx app. And we would be following the same approach over here as well by adding the WebEx package as an exception. WebEx links inside a managed Outlook email messages are allowed to open directly in the WebEx application. By adding WebEx package as an exception, WebEx inside opens up, and the data transfer is, so this is the main point here. The data transfer is still restricted to the other managed application. WebEx was also unmanaged. However, in this case, the WebEx, we added WebEx as a exception to that list. Okay, how do we add WebEx? For iOS, we just need to add the word WebEx, WEBX, under that select exemption. So we will be coming over here, and then we will be right over here. We can write anything, and the value is going to be WBX for iOS, and for Android it is going to be com.cisco.webex.meeting. And let's just say we have something like, we are using something like an RSA token, right? And we have a RSA token is something that we might use for, let's just say, authentication. It's a soft client that we can have, which generates a random number. It's like an OTP, if you would call it, right? So the use case is that in the Outlook application, there is a link, and that link in this case should redirect to that RSA application, right? Which by default it would not. When we click on it, it would give us the same message. So just the use case is just like in case of WebEx. So in this case, if we want this to happen, we will have to add the app identifier for RSA, and the app identifier for RSA is com.rsa.secureid. And when we do that, so we add it over here, and when we do that, Outlook will be able to transfer data, or Edge will be able to transfer data to that other unmanaged application as well. Right? So this is the entire intent of exemption, and this is something which organizations very often use. Therefore, I wanted to invest some time in this, because this is something which will be very often using, because there are many organizations who make use of applications which are not already MAM aware just yet. And the only way to ensure that the data from Outlook or any other managed application goes there is by using an exemption, right? So there are some default exemptions that are added in case of Android once we make the Android MAM policy. So for native phone app, this gets added. If it doesn't, if all of these are not getting added, and if we still want to add it, then these are the app service name or the app identifier. So this is how we can do that. There is a list over here. It's publicly available. So we can add Google Play Store, Android document picker, and then Android system settings, and then Google text to speech. So I mean, if there is Outlook application from Outlook, if we want to initiate Google text to speech, right? So for that, we will have to add Google text to speech in the exceptions. If we are not adding Google text to speech in the exemptions, then let's just say Outlook or whichever excuse me, whichever browser we were at from wherein we wanted to open the Google text to speech will not open up. So here's some of the common Android exemptions. For iOS also, these are added by default. So we have native phone app, we have Skype, we have App Store, we have native calendar, and these are how we are going to add it. Okay, all right. So good to know facts too. The Intune app SDK, which is there in the application, it checks regularly for the policies. However, in case of MAM, you will see that there might be some delay if we have made some changes in the policy. So let's just say that there was a MAM policy deployed to Outlook, okay, and now the admin just went and made some changes to the MAM policy. Okay, so there might be some delay in that policy coming down to that device. If that application, not device, I should say, there might be some delay for that policy to come down to that application if that application hasn't checked in with the service. Okay, So if the application doesn't check in with the service, there might be a delay. If the company portal app has been removed, there might be a delay as well. If the user hasn't signed into the application, there might be a delay as well. The delay might be up to 8 hours. So the best way to speed this process up is, I mean, obviously reinstalling the application, but if that is not a option, then we can just log out and log into the application, and then the expectation is that the MAM policy should apply sooner. And guys, just to reiterate, if I have a device and in this device I have Outlook application, Outlook application is targeted via MAM policy. But so the Outlook application is targeted via MAM policy, but what we have to keep in mind is the application is targeted via MAM policy only when the application is logged in via the corporate account, because the corporate account is a part of that security group which we added into the assignments of the MAM policy, right? When we are logging into the MAM application using our personal account, it is as if there was no MAM policy to begin with. There are no restrictions at all, and we can use the MAM policy just like we would in a normal case. Okay, so Intune App Protection policy includes multi-identity support. Therefore, what it means is in that same Outlook application, we can add two accounts. One is the personal account and one is the corporate account. When we are working in the corporate account, it will be subjected to the MAM policy. When we are working within the personal account, it will not be subjected to the MAM policy. However, we cannot add two corporate accounts both subjected via the MAM policy at the same time, because then there will be a conflict. So however, so it says here only one work or school account can be added to a device, to an application in a device at one point of time. Okay. All right. So now let's just talk about the flow of MAM, meaning what exactly is happening at the back end when the MAM policy comes down to the device. So how is the magic happening? We just install the Outlook application in the device, we log into Outlook, and suddenly the MAM comes in and it tells us that, you know what, you need to set up a PIN. But what is happening at the back end, how is this happening, is what we are going to talk now under the MAM flow. Okay, so if we have to do a breakdown of the logs, then breakdown of the flow for MAM, then this is how it would be. And if we see closely, then we would see that a part of this flow correlates with the part of enrollment flow, because in case of enrollment also, eventually what is happening, Intune device ID is getting created, right? In case of MAM without enrollment, the Intune device ID does not get created, but the device gets a Azure AD device ID. There's a silent Azure AD registration that happens. Now, when I say silent Azure AD registration, what do I mean by that? What I mean is, if let's just think about a scenario wherein I am enrolling a device. Okay, so if you have gone through the nugget which talks about enrollment of device, before enrollment, what happens is Azure AD registration of the device, right? Once the Azure AD registration happens, the device gets all the tokens that it needs, the FRT, the MRRT, the refresh token. It gets all the tokens, and then there is a Azure AD device ID that gets created, right? How it gets created, that's a different story. There is that PKCS generator concept that comes in. But I mean, let's just say that we are doing a Azure AD registration of a device. The device gets Azure AD registered, and Azure AD device ID is created, which we can see in the portal. So in the portal, if we go into Microsoft Intune devices and then Azure AD devices, then we'll be able to see an entry of that device, right? However, in this case, if we are doing a MAM without enrollment, in this case also, obviously the enrollment does not happen. So you won't be able to see any entry of this device under Intune, but there will be a Azure AD registration that happens for this device. However, that is a silent Azure AD registration. What I mean by silent Azure AD registration is we will not be able to see the entry of that device in the portal. So if we go into Microsoft Intune Azure AD devices, even though the device is Azure AD registered, only Azure AD registered, not Intune enrolled, there won't be any entry that we can see intuitively from the portal itself. Okay, but the Azure AD registration does happen. Okay, so now let's just talk about what is the flow and how it happens, whatever happens. So obviously the first thing that happens is the user logs into the application. The user logs into the let's just say in our case it is a company portal application. So the user logs into the company portal application, he enters his username, and then the home realm discovery will happen. what I mean by home realm discovery is same thing that was happening in enrollment case as well. So if I'm entering abc at the rate everything about intune.com, then everything about intune.com is my tenant, right? So it's my domain, if you would call it, in Azure. So obviously only everything about intune.com can authenticate the user. So the process by which Azure identifies what is the home tenant for a user is referred to as home realm discovery. So I enter the username, the home realm discovery happens, and then there is a company portal branding that gets displayed. User has to enter the username, user has to enter the password, and then once the authentication is done, user gets the access token, refresh token, all the tokens that it needs, and that those tokens are saved in the keychain of the device, right? This is pretty much standard whatever authentication flow that we had. If the authentication was supposed to happen via on-prem, then Azure is going to forward that request to our on-prem domain controller. If the authentication was supposed to happen via Azure, in that case the home realm discovery would happen and the authentication would proceed, right? So let's just say that the authentication is done. I'm assuming that the user has entered the correct username and password. Once that is entered, now the end user gets a prompt, and that prompt says that you need to install a agent or a broker in the device so that the MAM policy can check in. So what I mean by that is, let's just say I had an Outlook application in the device. I logged into the Outlook application, all the authentication and everything happened, and now since the application and the user who has logged into that application is targeted via MAM policy, we will get an automatic prompt which says that the device needs to be Azure AD registered. It is so because right now there is no record of that device in Azure, right? Therefore, that channel has not been formed between Azure and the device by which the policies can come down. Therefore, we get a prompt like this which says that you need to register your device. The prompt is pretty much like this in Android as well as in iOS. In both the cases, the UI might be a little different, but more or less it's the same thing. So we get a prompt like this to register the device. Now we might have to, when we click on register, we might be prompted to install the company portal application or the authenticator application. So these company portal application or the authenticator application are like a broker which needs to be installed, and this would, in a way, you could call it like a mediator between the device and the Intune service. So this broker application is taking care of checking it with the Intune service and fetching down all the policies. Okay, so we install the company portal application and the Azure AD registration happens for the device, and a Azure AD device and a record of that device is created in Azure. However, that's a silent Azure AD registration, therefore we would not be able to see it in the portal. The license check for the user happens, and then the MAM policy comes down to the device, wherein we get a prompt that your organization is protecting the data and all those prompts. And then in normal scenario, the MAM check-in happens every 8 hours. So every 8 hours, the broker that we have installed over here will check in with the Intune service and will see if there has been any changes that has been made to the MAM policy. If we want the check-in to happen sooner rather than later, then we always have the option of logging out and logging into the application in question, or I mean we can just uninstall and reinstall, which always works, right? So this is going to be the flow in case of MAM without enrollment, that how exactly the flow is happening. And if you would see, if you would look at it closely, the flow is pretty much in accordance with the flow that we would see in case of enrollment as well. The only thing that is not happening is after the Azure AD registration, the MDM scope is not checked in case of Windows, and in case of Android and iOS, the enrollment restriction is not checked, and then the PKCS generator does not does not generate another certificate which is which is sent to the device, and the SC online issuing is not sent, and the device does not get enrolled to Intune, obviously, and the entry of the device is not created in the Intune portal. That's the only thing that is not happening. However, other than that, mostly the flow remains the same. One more thing that I wanted to highlight here is, over here I say that there has to be a there has to be a broker application installed. So this broker application is not needed in all the applications. So let's just say that you have any office application, you might not need the broker application. This is because we are our development team are trying to develop the applications in a way that the whatever job was being done by the broker could be handled by the application itself. So let's just say that you want to apply MAM without enrollment in Adobe Acrobat Reader or some application like that. So you will definitely be needing the company portal app or the authenticator app. But there might be some Microsoft provided applications for which you might not need the company portal app or the authenticator app as a broker. And that is because our PG has already developed that application in a way that it is capable of performing that same action which the CP app or the authenticator app was performing. This is just documentation of what the flow is. So the user logs into the application, the authentication begins, the credentials are taken to the Azure AD, and then the home realm discovery happens. The home realm discovery happens because only once the home tenant is identified for a user, the authentication can be done, right? So if I have a user like a@everythingaboutinTune.com, then obviously my tenant, that is everythingaboutinTune.com, can only authenticate the user A, right? Because that is where the user exists. So the user enters the username, the HRD happens, and the company portal branding page is displayed. He enters the password, authentication is done, may that be by on-premise or may that be by Azure, whatever the case may be. And then once the authentication is done, all the tokens are issued, and now we get a prompt saying your app. We will get this prompt only when there is a MAM, and specifically in our case MAM without enrollment targeted to that application and to that user. So we get a prompt saying that your app needs you to register the device, and then we might be prompted for installing the company portal app and installing the authenticator app depending upon the application that we are using. And then the device gets Azure AD registered, and an AAD device ID gets created at the back end. And if there are any license conflicts, that will also be checked for. It will make sure that for MAM to take effect, the user is having a EMS E3 or E5 or Intune A Direct or M365 license assigned. And once that is the case, then the MAM policy comes down to the device. Just need to keep in mind is once the MAM policy comes down to the device, if the user uninstalls the application, the Azure AD device ID is gone, and a new Azure AD device ID gets created when the user installs the application again. If the old application is still there, so let's just say that the device has Outlook application targeted via MAM, and the user just now installs and downloads and logs into OneDrive application as well, which is also targeted by MAM. If that is the case, then if any new app is logged in by the user, then no new AAD ID needs to be created again, because the device is already Azure AD registered. So it's not like it will be Azure AD registered for Outlook once and then again for OneDrive. It was Azure AD registered once, and since Outlook is still in use, that record still exists, and therefore that record will be made use of. But obviously we'll be getting a MAM check-in for OneDrive as well, which I'll show you guys later. But this is again a 1000-feet overview of what is the flow in case of MAM, specifically what is the flow in case of MAM without enrollment. Now let's just take a look over the end device behavior. What are the prompts, the intuitive prompts which a end user gets while doing a MAM without enrollment? Again, we will be seeing all of this live in the demo as well, but just a couple of screenshots that I captured. Depending upon the operating system, the user will get a prompt saying that you need to register the device. You need to register the device because of the rules that has been set by your organization, and the device platform obviously is Android, and currently the device is unregistered. If it is iOS, then in case of iOS also we get a similar prompt, and then we have to install the company portal application. Once we have to install the company portal application, if we click on begin, and then that starts the process of enrollment. The management profile will be downloaded, it has to be installed, and everything will take process. That is what we are not doing over here. If we are doing only MAM without enrollment, then all we need to do is download the company portal application, and over here click on postpone. Meaning we are not installing the management profile, we are not doing enrollment. All we did was we installed the company portal application, which in this case is acting as a broker. Okay, therefore it is MAM without enrollment. We get a prompt like this, and then we sign into the company portal application, and then if we go back to the Outlook app, then we get a prompt like this which says that your organization is now protecting the data. So this is a typical prompt that we get, which shows us that the MAM policy has come down to the device. We might be prompted to restart the application. Once we restart the application, in the MAM policy, if there are any pin that needs to be set at the application level, then we might be prompted to set that pin as well. Okay, and we'll be seeing all these in the logs. So everything that I said over here, all these things are something that we will see in the logs as well. Okay, all right. So, all right, just need to keep one thing in mind, and this might be a area of common confusion. So if we are enrolling an iOS device or a Mac device or an iPad OS device, right? I hope we are all aware that the device that we need to set up the APNS or Apple Push Notification Service, right? That is needed because no MDM can directly talk with an iOS device or an iPad OS device or a Mac OS device directly. There is a man in the middle called APNS or Apple Push Notification Service. So whenever we want to send any policy from any MDM, may that be Intune or may that be any other MDM, it first gets to the APNS. The APNS notifies the device, and then the device gets those policies directly from the MDM. However, that is only in case when the device needs to be enrolled. However, if we are talking about a scenario which is MAM without enrollment, so for MAM without enrollment to work, we don't need any APNS. That is because the SDK which is there in the application or the company portal application broker or the authenticator app which is there in the device has the capability to establish a secure channel itself with the Intune service and deliver the payload of MAM. So I mean, APNS is only needed if we are making any changes to an iOS or a macOS device. If we are not making any changes at the device level, if we are making any changes at the app level, then the APNS is not needed, and it works because the SDK is already integrated in the operating system. So I just wanted to invest a couple of minutes and let everybody know this, because I mean, APNS is needed for Mac OS or iOS, and this is something that we are told day one as an MDM admin, right? But sometimes this fact falls through the cracks that we actually don't need APNS if we are doing MAM without enrollment. We only need it if we are managing the device. We are just managing the application, then we are not, then it doesn't happen via that same APNS channel. It happens directly with the application because the application is inbuilt with the SDK. Okay, this is something that we need to keep in mind. Okay, and now we are going to talk about MAM on-premise. So let's just say that I have to apply, that we are planning on applying MAM policy, MAM with enrollment or MAM without enrollment, irrespective. We want to apply MAM policy to Outlook, and the user's mailbox is not on Exchange Online, it is on Exchange on-premise. So his mailbox resides on on-premise Exchange servers. Okay. So if we wish to apply MAM policy on such cases, then there is a prerequisite that we need to take care of. Until now, we were assuming that the mailbox was on Exchange Online. However, if that is not the case, if the mailbox is on Exchange on-prem, then we have to enable something called hybrid modern authentication, or HMA. Okay. So actually what happens is Intune App Protection policies require that the identity of the user is consistent with the application and Intune App SDK. And the way we take care of that is by enabling modern authentication or hybrid modern authentication. If we don't enable it, then it might work, it might not work, and if it is working, then it might not give us the seamless behavior that we want to achieve. How we enable it, it's not very complicated. All we have to do is we have to go into our Exchange on-premise servers. We have to run a couple of commands which would enable the HMA or hybrid modern authentication for us. So hybrid modern authentication is actually a method of identity management which makes the identity management, that is the authentication and authorization, more secured. That is what we are doing when we are enabling the hybrid modern authentication. And it needs to be enabled if the for Skype for business application or for Outlook application if the mailbox is on premise. If it is on Exchange Online, then it does not need to be turned on, or we don't need to make any changes for that. So hybrid modern authentication is actually an umbrella term for which combines the authentication and the authorization phase. So what happens? So I hope we are aware of what is authentication and authorization. So let's just say that this is an application and I am logging into this application for the very first time. So the first thing that happens is the authentication, wherein the user's username and password is checked. Once the username and password is checked, then we make sure that the user is who he claims to be. Once the authentication is done, then comes the second phase, which is referred to as the authorization. So a typical example of authorization would be something called a conditional access policy, wherein we see whether the user is authorized to access a specific application or not. The user might be correct. The user might be the one whom he claims to be. He might have entered the correct username and password, but that does not guarantee that he would have access to the resource wherein he wants to have access to. So that is what we check in the authorization phase, wherein we check that, okay, it's a valid user, good enough, but we are going to check whether the user is authorized to perform the action, whether what he is willing to perform or not. An example of the authorization phase is conditional access policy. Okay, so long story short, if we enable HMA, then we have the ability of making use of multi-factor authentication, and we have the ability of making use of MAM, which is our scope here, and conditional access policy. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, if we have to apply, so how to do this, how to enable hybrid modern authentication, that is something that would probably be done by your Exchange admins. But what we need to keep in mind is, if we are deploying a MAM policy to Outlook application, and the MAM policy is targeted to a mailbox of a user which does not exist on Exchange Online, but it exists on Exchange on-prem, then we have to make sure that we are enabling HMA in the on-premise server. Okay, this would be a prerequisite. Okay, and now I want to invest some time and talk about the integration of MAM with conditional access policy. Okay, so until now we have understood what MAM is, what mobile application management is, why do we need it, how do we enable it, and all that. So now let me just give you guys a 1,000-feet overview of what conditional access policy is. Again, there is a separate nugget on conditional access which is a deep dive. But for now, let me just give you guys a 1,000-feet overview of what is conditional access. So conditional access is something which is used for authorization. And as the name suggests, conditional access is used to pose a condition before an entity can be accessed. So if the condition is met, then the access would be granted. That is what conditional access is. So it works something like this. Let's just say that there is this application and the user wishes to access this application. Then the first thing he does is he enters his username and password, and that is the authentication phase, right? So this is the AUTH. This is the auth phase, wherein the user is entering his username and password. If the username and password is correct, once the authentication is done, that is irrespective of whether the authentication is done by Azure or whether it is done by on-premise domain controller, irrespective of that, the intent of the first phase is authenticating the user. Once the user has been authenticated, we want to authorize the user. The second phase is authorizing the user, wherein we check whether the user is authorized to, sorry about that, whether the user is AUTHZ, whether the user is authorized to access that resource or not. A good example of one of the things that we can use using conditional access is, let's just say that we have a user and the user is trying to access any resource. In the conditional access policy, we are saying that only if the user is coming from a specific IP range, that is from a specific subnet or an IP resource, he should be allowed to access the application. And if he is not coming from a specific IP range, let's just say that of the IP range of our intranet premise, of our on-premise, let's just say that we have our corporate network and that has a specific IP range, which is what we can define in the conditional access policy. If he is not coming from that IP range, then he should not be authorized to access that application. What that would mean is when the end user is in the office premise and he launches the Outlook application, obviously he has to go through the first phase, which is authentication. He enters his username, password, but then the conditional access policy kicks in, and then it checks whether the user is meeting the condition or not. In our case, the condition is whether the user is coming from a specific IP range or not. If he is not, then even though the user entered the correct username and password, the authorization would not be done and the end user will not be allowed to access the resource he was trying to. So this is what, if you'd call it, a second layer of protection. So one of the things that we can also do in conditional access is we can say that if any user is trying to access Outlook, he should not be able to access Outlook until the Outlook client in his device is subjected to a MAM policy. What that means is, let's just say that I have a device, I opened up Outlook, and I have Outlook, I opened it up, I entered the username, password, authentication happened. Now in the authorization phase, conditional access is going to check whether the MAM policy has already come down to the device or not. If the MAM policy has come down to the device already, then it will restrict the user from doing a cut, copy, paste from Outlook to any other application. And if the MAM policy has come down, only then conditional access will allow the user to access the Outlook application. If the MAM policy, so the reason why we are doing this is, if the MAM policy has not come in, that would mean that once the user has access to the Outlook application, he can cut, copy and paste, right, to any other unmanaged application, which would mean there is a leakage of data. And we know that for MAM policy to come in, it might take some time. What I mean by that is, let's just say that I have an Outlook application and my user ID is targeted via MAM policy. Okay, so once I set up Outlook, it might take some time for the application to realize that it has been targeted via MAM policy. And until that happens, my Outlook data is prone to leakage, right? And the way we can take care of that is we can set up a conditional access policy, which would say that until and unless the application is targeted via MAM policy and the MAM policy has come down, we will not let the user have access to the application. So this is how conditional access integrates with MAM. And if we go into the portal, this is the option that we get. So in the policy, this is a snippet from a conditional access policy. And we will do this in the demo, but let's just take a look over what this says from the screenshot. It says that we are granting access to a specific application which we have already defined in the previous tab, which in our case is, let's just say, Outlook, or Exchange, not application, a resource, which in our case is Exchange Online. And we are saying that a user will be having access to Exchange Online from a specific operating system of device only if he has been targeted via an app protection policy, meaning only if he has been targeted via a MAM policy. So if the Outlook application in his device is not targeted via a MAM policy, then he would not be able to go to the mailbox and read his applications and read the data of the application, because then that would mean that the data would be subjected to leakage, right? So this is how MAM integrates with CA. With this option, which still shows in the portal as preview but is now supported by Microsoft, we integrate a conditional access policy, which this is, with an app protection policy or a MAM policy. Okay, So with a conditional access policy, an administrator can make use of access control to either grant or block access to a resource. That is what authorization is. In conditional access policy, we can require Intune App Protection policy to be present on the client app before access is available to selected cloud apps. By selected cloud apps, in our case, we mean Exchange Online, and by client app, we in our case mean Outlook application. In order to leverage this grant control, conditional access requires that the device must be registered in Azure AD, which requires the use of a broker application. So obviously, if the MAM has already come down to the device, that would mean that the device is already registered, right? And if the device is registered, then as I said, if we are doing a MAM without enrollment, then in some cases we might need a broker app, which is authenticator in case of iOS and company portal in case of Android. The broker app is this. If a broker app is not installed on the device, when the user attempts to authenticate, the user gets redirected to the App Store to install the broker app. And we will see this during the demo. So what we'll do is we will take a fresh device and a user, and we will target that user by a conditional access policy saying that he needs to have an app protection policy as well. But we will not install the broker app, and when the user tries to access the Outlook application, he would be prompted to install the broker app, and then once the MAM comes down to the device, only then he will be allowed to access the Outlook data. Okay, and this option which says that require app protection policy, this is applicable only for Android and iOS. This is not applicable for Windows. So we cannot do this for WIP, which says that, so if we want that a user is accessing any mail client on a Windows 10 device, and he should not be allowed to access it until the application in that device, in our case, until the Outlook application in the device is subjected to a WIP policy. So that is not a possibility, because this option is only applicable for Android and iOS, not for Windows. And this is, so when I'm saying that the client needs to be targeted, so what I said was the user, let's just say there is a user and he has this Outlook application, and this Outlook application, when he has been authenticated, the conditional access is going to authorize and see that if the Outlook application was targeted via MAM policy, only then it would let you access it. So so we cannot just so this works only with a specific list of applications, not with all the applications. So Outlook is one of those applications. The other applications is OneDrive, Cortana, and Planner. So probably my expectation is right now we have these 4 applications, given that this option is still in preview. But my expectation is that this list would only increase in time. Okay, but I hope that we were able to understand how MAM integrates with conditional access. So what conditional access is doing once again is it is only letting a user access an application only if MAM policy is already there in the device, which is making that application more secured. If MAM is not there already, then conditional access is going to restrict the user from accessing the application of the data of the application. Okay. And this is how it is happening in the in a diagrammatic flow. So let's just understand what these flow are and how is this happening step by step. So the first thing that happens is user installs the Outlook application. We are assuming that the device, irrespective is enrolled or unenrolled, but this is the very first time that the user is downloading and installing the installing the Outlook application in his device, and the user's ID is targeted via a MAM policy. Okay, so the first step is user installs the company portal, installs the Outlook application and authenticates. The authentication happens, and the user is redirected to the Azure AD, and wherein the home realm discovery happens, the company portal branding comes up, he enters his username, he enters his password, authentication is done by the Azure AD. Okay, so now once the authentication is done, since the Outlook application is targeted via a MAM policy, the Outlook application realizes that since the device is not enrolled already, it needs a broker application, right? So in our case, it can be a company portal app or the authenticator app. If either of them are not present, depending upon the operating system, then the user will get a prompt saying that you need to click over here, and he will be redirected to install the Authenticator app or to the or install the company portal application. So he is redirected to the Play Store or to the App Store, and the user is made to download the company portal app or the Authenticator application. The broker app is now installed. The device is not enrolled. The broker app is only installed, and then that broker app takes care of Azure AD registering the device. As we have already discussed, that over here it's a silent Azure AD registration. Therefore, the entry of the device is not visible in the Azure portal, but the broker app doesn't talks to the Azure AD, and the device at step 4 is Azure AD registered. Once the device is Azure AD registered, the broker app also verifies the identity of the Outlook application. So in step 5, the broker app will make sure that the Outlook application that is installed on the user's device, it's not tampered with, and it will verify the identity of the Outlook app. Then the broker application will send the app client ID to Azure. So after the identity of the Outlook app has been identified by the broker application, after the device was Azure AD registered, the broker application, that is the company portal app or the Authenticator app, is now going to talk to the Azure, and it is going to send the application client ID. The application client ID is sent to Azure, and it identifies all the, so this is the authorization phase. This is the authorization phase that is happening. Authentication was already done, and in the authorization phase, the broker app is sending the application client ID, and it is getting the approved client apps. So over here it is checking that whether Outlook is an application which is allowed to run in the device or not. If Outlook is, let's just say, blocked by the conditional access, then it won't be allowed to. Or it will check whether there is any MAM policy there or not, and MAM policy has already come down to the device or not. So it gets a list of the approved client IDs, and then the Azure AD now issues a access token to the Outlook application. So the Azure AD in step 7 is going to issue the access token to the Outlook application. The Outlook application uses that access token and then talks with the Outlook cloud service. So there's a service in the cloud called the Outlook Cloud Service, and the Outlook application will utilize the access token that it just got, and it will talk with the Outlook Cloud Service. The Outlook Cloud Service will now talk with the Azure AD and get the Exchange Online access token, because we are assuming that the mailbox is right now set in is in Exchange Online and is not in Exchange On-Prem. So the Outlook Cloud Service talks with the Azure, gets the Exchange Online access token, and then the device or the Outlook Cloud Service, once it has the Exchange Online access token, it then talks with the Exchange Online service and requests for the mail in the user's mailbox. And then those emails are delivered to the Outlook application. So this is a 1,000-feet overview of at what stage what is happening. I know that in all these stages Intune is not involved. So Intune is involved in only those stages wherein the device is running check for whether these broker applications are installed or not, and it is running check on the integrity of the Outlook application and all those things. But yeah, I mean, this would be a 1,000-feet overview of what is happening where. So I mean, just documentation of everything. User tries to launch the Outlook application for the very first time, and if the device is not already, if it is MAM without enrollment, or if this is the very first time the user tried to open the Outlook application in MAM without enrollment scenario, then the user will be redirected to install a broker app for the very first time, which can be Microsoft Company Portal or the Authenticator app in case of iOS. If the user tries to open any other application which he is not allowed to use as per the conditional access policy, like native email, he will be redirected to download the Outlook application as well. And then the broker app gets installed on the device, and once the broker app is installed, the Azure AD registration is done by the broker application. So it's a silent Azure AD registration. The broker app is installed, and then it will make sure that the broker app will make sure that the package that is installed, that is the Outlook application package that is installed, is genuine. And then it sends the client ID to Azure, the app client ID to Azure, and then the Azure ID will get the list of policies, and then it will issue the tokens to the device, and then the Outlook application will get the token, and then Outlook application will use that token to talk to the Outlook Cloud Service. The Outlook Cloud Service will talk to Azure and get the Exchange Online token, which it would use to talk with the Exchange Online service, and it will get the list of emails that has been sent to the user. So this is going to be the entire flow as far as getting an email for the very first time is concerned in case of MAM without enrollment. And now guys, let's just do our second case study for this nugget or for this module. And the use case is something like this. It's a very common use case. So let's just say that there is a user called Greg S, and Greg S has two devices. One is enrolled to Intune and the other is not enrolled to Intune. And he is using the Outlook application in both the devices. So he uses Outlook to access his corporate email from an enrolled device, and he uses Outlook to access the same corporate email from an unenrolled device as well. So as an admin, as an Intune admin, what we have done is we have created two app protection policies. The first app protection policy is applicable on the enrolled device, and the second app protection policy is applicable on the unenrolled device. Now we could have created one app protection policy as well, and then we could have selected that this app protection policy is applicable on all the devices irrespective of whether they are enrolled or not enrolled. I hope you are able to picturize the option in the portal that I'm referring to. We have already seen that in the screenshots, that when we are making a MAM policy, we have an option which says that target this MAM policy to enrolled devices, managed devices, and managed devices or all, right? So what we have done is we have created two MAM policy, the first one for an enrolled device for Outlook application for this user, the second one for an unenrolled device for Outlook application for the same user. Okay. Now, the reason why we have created two different policies is, and this is how usually the organizations will be handling such scenarios, is let's just say that this device is enrolled. Okay, so if this device is enrolled, then this device might be subjected to many device configuration profiles, right? That would secure this device. So if this device is already secured by, let's just say, a device PIN, which is 6 characters long, then we might not necessarily need to set a PIN in the Outlook application as well, because the device is already secured. Now it's, if you want to use that second layer of protection and want to protect the Outlook application as well via PIN, you might as well do that. But then we just have to think about the user experience as well. So if the user has a device, he unlocks it with a 10-character password, and then he launches Outlook, and then he again provides a 10-character password to launch the Outlook application. So it doesn't make it that much seamless, right? So the intent here is the device, the application in the device needs to be protected, and the user experience needs to be as seamless as possible. Right? So what I'm getting at is, if the device is secured, if the device is enrolled to Intune, then I'm assuming that the device is secured, right? And if that is the case, then the MAM policy that we apply on the Outlook application can be a little less restrictive, because we know that the device is secured. Therefore, the application can be subjected to a little less strict MAM policy. Like, it doesn't need to have a very secure, very 10 characters PIN or many other attributes that we have in the MAM policy, because because given the fact that the device is enrolled itself, therefore it is secured. However, on an unenrolled device, we are not sure whether the device has a PIN or not, right? So we have to be double sure that the application and the data in the application is secured. So we have to ensure that the MAM policy which is coming down to this Outlook application has a 8 characters or 10 characters pin along with other attributes as well. So our conclusion from this is, if a user has two devices, one enrolled and one not enrolled, and both the devices are used to access emails via Outlook or any other application, for our example, we are talking about only Outlook, then there might be a business requirement that the MAM policy targeted to an application in an enrolled device might be less restrictive than the MAM policy which is targeted to the same application in an unenrolled device, right? So this is the reason why the admin created two MAM policies to begin with. So until now, this is what the setup is. So now let's just see how we implement this setup. So I mean, again, just little preface. In many organizations, it is very common to allow end users to use both the Intune enrolled device, which is COD, and an unmanaged device as well, which is BYOD. Both are protected via MAM policy. As MAM policy are targeted to a user's identity, the protection setting for a user traditionally applies to both MDM managed and a unmanaged device. We can have one app protection policy for an unmanaged device, which is strict, and a separate policy for a managed device, where the app protection policy can be a little more relaxed, because we know that, okay, the device is enrolled. So I mean, we just have to talk about the seamless experience as we can give to the end user as well, right? This provides the best possible end user experience based on the device enrollment state, while giving the IT pro more control on their business requirement, right? So for BYOD kind of devices, let's just say that for BYOD kind of devices, we are blocking Outlook contact sync. We can do that from the MAM policy, that whether Outlook will sync the contact with the native phone book memory or something like that or not. And we are restricting the web content transfer to managed browser and setting a minimum OS version. This is for a BYOD kind of a device. So what this means is, there are two devices, just like in the previous setup we saw. One was enrolled, one was unenrolled. So for an unenrolled device, we want that there should be three kinds of settings in the MAM policy. The first one is that the Outlook contact sync should be disabled, and restricting the web content transfer to a managed browser only, and a minimum OS version in the device should be, let's just say, 10.0 or something like that. For a corporate owned device and a fully managed device, we are allowing the contact sync. So we are allowing the contact sync. Here we did not allow it. Here we are allowing the contact sync, and we are allowing the usage of Safari. So over here we said that only managed browser should be used for data redirection. Over here we are allowing Safari as well. Okay. And a lower minimum OS version. So over here, let's just say that we are saying the minimum OS version is 9.0. Over here we said that it was 10.0. So therefore we have got two MAM policy. This is MAM policy 1 and this is MAM policy 2. This is for enrolled device, this is for unenrolled device. Both have different set of settings. We want to ensure that we are creating two policies, one for managed and one for unmanaged. This will ensure that we have the app protection coverage for both the scenarios. After we create these MAM policies in the console, we will see a new column which says that management type. It shows that whether it is assigned for a managed device or an unmanaged device. What this means is, I just did what I just said over here. So I just created two MAM policy. This is the first one. This is the second one. This is for enrolled device. This is for unenrolled device. Once it has been created, right now I have not deployed it anywhere, but over here you can see that both are applied to iPadOS. The first one was for MAM with enrollment. Therefore, it was applied to apps on Intune managed devices. The second one was for without enrollment devices. Therefore, it over here says that apps on unmanaged devices. So until now, this is what we have as the setup. However, unfortunately, it doesn't quite work like this. And hence, I wanted to invest some time and talk about this as a case study. It doesn't quite work like this. What happens is, by default, the MAM without enrollment policy takes precedence over the MAM with enrollment policy. What that would mean is, this device enrolled by Greg S. This device will also get the policy number 2, right? However, our requirement was that this device should get the policy number 1 and this device should get the policy number 2. However, given that the policy number 2, which is made for unenrolled device, is more restrictive, the policy number 2 comes down on both the devices which are enrolled. I mean, one of them is enrolled and one of them is not enrolled, but in both the devices, the user is trying to access the Outlook application, which is targeted via MAM policy. So at this point of time, we have got two app protection policy. One is for apps on Intune managed device and other for unmanaged devices. Unfortunately, it is not just that simple and we are not set quite yet. So this doesn't meet our use case then. Our requirement was the enrolled policy, the policy number 1, which was less restrictive, should come down to the enrolled device, because we know that the Outlook application is residing in an enrolled device. Therefore, we wanted to set it to less restrictive. Over here, we wanted to allow these things. But this policy is coming down to the enrolled device as well. Therefore, we are not able to allow these things. The contact sync will still not work. The web content will still be restricted to managed browser. And the minimum OS version will still be set to 10 and not 9. So to make this work, we have to do so. MAM policy for unmanaged devices takes precedence over the managed devices if MAM policy is targeted to the same user and the same user is making use of device. So over here we have the same user, that is Greg S. He has an enrolled device and an unenrolled device, and from both the devices he's trying to access the Outlook application. If we had two MAM policies, one for enrolled, one for unenrolled device, then the unenrolled device policy is going to take precedence. So when, what we find is even MDM enrolled devices will receive the policy targeted to apps on unmanaged device. So this policy is going to take precedence. This one is going to take precedence, which says that apps on unmanaged device. And this policy does not come down to the enrolled device as well. So what is the solution here? The solution here is making use of something called Intune MAM UPN. So this actually causes a little confusion that what is Intune MAM UPN, why do we use Intune MAM UPN, when do we use Intune MAM UPN. So before I go into how and how we use it, I just wanted to pause for a minute here and make sure that we have understood why do we need the Intune MAM UPN. The Intune MAM UPN is needed so that we can achieve this use case, wherein an enrolled device should get the MAM policy that is created for an enrolled user, that is the first one, and an unenrolled device gets the second policy, because by default the second one is going to take precedence and it's going to get applied on both the device type. So a solution for this is, a fix for this is making use of Intune MAM UPN. So in the demo we will do all this. We will not set the Intune MAM UPN. I'll prove to you guys that by default the unmanaged policy comes down, and when we put in the Intune MAM UPN and then when we launch the Outlook application again, the correct MAM policy comes down. Okay, so this is the usage of Intune MAM UPN, and it is very verbosely documented as well in most of the cases. Maybe this confusion is not clear, therefore I wanted to take a moment and clear this confusion. So we need, for iOS devices, we need to deploy the Intune MAM UPN key via a app configuration policy. So we need to deploy an app configuration policy for an enrolled device, and that app configuration policy is going to be targeted for Outlook, and the usage of that app configuration policy is to set up the Intune MAM UPN. What that does, it tells the Outlook application in an enrolled device that you are supposed to get the MAM policy which is made for enrolled devices and not the MAM policy which is made for unenrolled devices. So that Intune MAM UPN will tell the Outlook application in a managed device that you are not supposed to get this policy, you are supposed to get this policy, because by default this one takes precedence, right? So so over here it is for the device to pick up the policy So why do we have MAM UPN? So that the device can pick up the policy targeted to Intune managed devices and not the other one which takes precedence. So over here in the documentation also, when you're creating the policy, we have this disclaimer which says that apps on Intune managed devices, that says that managed devices are those which are managed via Intune MDM and have Intune MAM UPN app configuration setting deployed to the application. So just enrolling the device won't suffice. Just if you enroll the device, then the correct MAM policy will not come down. The correct MAM policy will only come down if we are managing the device and setting the Intune MAM UPN as well. So in order to deploy the Intune MAM UPN key pair value to our apps via app configuration policy, the first thing is that the app needs to be managed by Intune. So this application, so right now the intent is this Outlook application should get the policy number 1 and not policy number 2. So for that to happen, there are two prerequisites. The first prerequisite is we need to set up the MAM UPN. The second prerequisite is that this Outlook application needs to be managed via Intune. Okay, what is the best way to make sure that the Outlook application is managed via Intune? The best way is deploy this application via Intune. So I mean, just go to Microsoft Intune portal and then client apps, search for Outlook, and then just deploy Outlook to an iOS device, to a security group which has this user Greg S. We can deploy this as required, or we can deploy this as available. If it is deployed as available, the user has to go to the company portal application and download it from there. If it is deployed as required, it will automatically be installed in the device. If Outlook application was already there in this device, still there is no harm in deploying it again. It's not like the device is going to have two instances of Outlook application. You can still deploy it. The end user gets a prompt saying that, do you want to allow your MDM to take control over this Outlook application? The user has to click on allow, which will make this Outlook application managed. Okay, so again, just a recap, the requirement here is policy number 1 should come down to this enrolled device and not policy number 2. By default, that is not the case because policy number 2 is takes precedence over policy number 1. Therefore, for this to work, there are two things that we need to set. First is Intune MAM UPN. It's an app configuration policy that we have to deploy to this user. And the second is this Outlook application needs to be managed via Intune. And I just said that how we can make that happen. Okay, so the simplest way to do that is the app needs to be either installed by the Intune company portal or pushed as required to the devices. And then if the app already existed in the device, that is if it was previously installed from the App Store, we can still deploy the application and the user will be prompted with something like i.manage.microsoft.com wants to take over the management of this application. User has to click on OK and then it will work fine. So this is the first prerequisite, that the app needs to be managed via Intune. This is the first prerequisite. And what was the second prerequisite for this to work? The second prerequisite is there needs to be an app configuration policy which needs to be targeted to the device, to a specific application in the device. And in that app configuration policy, we are going to set the Intune MAM UPN. Okay. So this is the prompt that the user gets. i.manage.microsoft.com wants to take over the application. So this prompt will only come if Outlook application was already there in the device and we still pushed it down. So this needs to be allowed so that the application becomes managed. Over here it says that your app data will be managed, and the app data needs to be managed for the Intune MAM UPN and for everything that we want over here to work. Now let's just talk about how we set up the Intune MAM UPN. I hope that until now we have understood the significance of why we need to set up the Intune MAM UPN. The way we set up the Intune MAM UPN is we have to create an app protection policy. We will do this all in the demo, but we have to set up an Intune app configuration policy, and in the app configuration policy we have to select iOS. In the associated app we have to select Microsoft Outlook, because right now we are talking about Outlook only, but this needs to be done for all the applications that has a MAM policy targeted to it. And then in the configuration settings, over here we will select use configuration designer. And over here in the application configuration, we have to push a configuration key. the name is Intune MAM UPN, the value is string, and the configuration value is user principal name in this format. We don't have to enter any user principal name because obviously this is going to be targeted to thousands of users, right? So this is just like a wild card, if you would call it, right? So when we are making this app configuration policy over here, we have to select the option managed devices because the device is enrolled to Intune. So this policy will come down to which device? This policy will come down to this device and not to this device, because this device is getting the correct policy. It is already getting the policy number 2. The issue is with this device only, right? It needs to get the policy number 1, and this is the enrolled device. Therefore, the app configuration policy that we are making, it needs to be set to manage devices, right? Over here we have set manage devices. And we have to select configuration designer. The configuration key is Intune MAM UPN, value type is string, and the configuration value is user principal name. What is the observation? So the observation is, let's just say that I have created 2 MAM policies, one for managed device and one for unmanaged. By default, we will see that the MAM policy for the unmanaged device comes down to the device even though it was enrolled. So at this point of time, what I did was, before the screenshot was taken, what I did was I took a device, an iOS device, I enrolled it to Intune, and then in that device there was the Outlook application. The Outlook application was targeted via MAM policy with enrollment as well as without enrollment. Now since the device was enrolled, the expectation was, the requirement was that the MAM policy with enrollment should come down. However, we see that for the Outlook application, the MAM policy that is coming down is MAM without enrollment. So this is the name of the policy that I created and I targeted it accordingly. However, after I set the Intune MAM UPN, then I re-enrolled the same device and then I logged into Outlook, and then I see that the other MAM policy that I created, which was named MAM with enrollment, comes down to the device. So now I see that for the Microsoft Outlook application, the check-in has happened and the check-in is at this time, and this is the policy for which the check-in has happened. I also targeted the MAM policy to the Excel application, but since I did not install Excel, the check-in for Excel never happened. Therefore, it is showing like this. So, I mean, this is a very intuitive way of getting this information. We have to go to client apps and then app protection status and then report, and then we can select a user from here, and then get this specific information for that user. So let's just do a quick 30 seconds review, and let me just explain the point that I'm trying to make, because I would really want us to understand this very clearly before I move to the next slide. So by default, if there is a user and that user has 2 MAM policies targeted to him, one is MAM with enrollment and one is MAM without enrollment for an iOS device, and if he has 2 devices, one enrolled, one unenrolled, and in both the devices he's trying to access Outlook or any application, then the MAM without enrollment policy takes precedence over MAM with enrollment policy. And we see that on an enrolled device as well, the MAM without enrollment policy comes down, which is not what the requirement is. So to take care of the situation, we deploy something called Intune MAM UPN. It's a key that we have to deploy from app configuration policy, and once we deploy that, we see that things become the way it should be, as in the enrolled device gets the MAM policy which has been created for a managed device, and the unenrolled device anyways was getting the MAM policy for an unenrolled device as per the requirement. Now we can see that Outlook application has started receiving the managed policy. We would need to repeat the same steps for each of the application that is there, and we will do all of this in the demonstration. Okay, and now let's just talk about reporting in MAM. So, I mean, we have spoken until now about how to set up MAM and all the various attributes within MAM, but then how to make sure whether MAM is working or not, because from an admin perspective, we have to make sure that the reporting is working fine in MAM, right? So how do we do that? What are the different kinds of reports that we can get in MAM? So to get the different kind of reports in MAM, we need to go into the portal, and then we need to go to Microsoft Intune, and then we need to go into the client app section, and then we need to click on the app protection status. So over there is an option which says that app protection status. It's a tab over here, probably 5th or 6th blade, and then we will be able to see that there are these many reports that we can download, and these are all related to MAM. So it says that app protection report for Android and iOS. This is for Windows, so without enrollment, which is referred to as WIP. This is for Windows with enrollment, and then this is app configuration report. So we can download these reports, which talks about everything related to MAM. We will right now see what these reports contain, but this is from wherein you can get the report. So this is the one I was talking about. You can go to client apps and then app protection status. When you click over there, you have an option of seeing the downloading the report. If you don't want to download the report, if you want a holistic overview on how the things are, then the portal by default gives you a graphical or a pictorial representation as well. That we have got 7 users who are targeted via a MAM policy, and then we have got 2 managed policies, and then for 2 users. And if we click on this graph, it actually tells us that, so this is for iOS, this is for Android, and then if we click on any of these, it will actually give you the count of those users, the name of those users as well. And then it gives us information in graphical or in pictorial representation as well, that which applications are protected, which applications are not protected, in how many devices, and depending upon the operating system. This one is for iOS, we have the same for Windows as well, right? But the important stuff here is downloading this report. So this, I mean, looking at the graph, okay, that's fine. I mean, that is something which a manager would like to maybe take a look at. But for troubleshooting, this is not really helpful, right? What is helpful for troubleshooting is this report. So if you download this report and you open it, this is what we see in the report. We see that there is a user, and let's just say that there was this device, and in this device there were 3 applications. Okay, 1 2, this is supposed to be 3. Okay, there were 3 applications in this device, and irrespective of whether this device was enrolled or not, doesn't really make any difference. Okay, so if the if there was a MAM policy which was targeted to all these 3 applications, then whenever the MAM policy comes down to the first application, there will be a MAM check-in created for the first application in the portal. Okay, what that means is, let's just say that the first application was Microsoft Excel, right? So whenever I log into Microsoft Excel and the MAM policy comes down to Microsoft Excel in this device, there will be a MAM check-in entry that gets created. How is this useful? This is useful because it tells the admin that the MAM policy has actually reached this device. So it tells us over here that this is the name of the user, this is the email of the user, and for this application, the version of this application in this device which is not managed means that the device is not enrolled to Intune, and MAM policy has come down and it last checked in at this time. The Android patch version is this, and this is the platform, and the IDs and everything will show up over here, right? Now let's just say that the same user logged into another application in the same device. Okay, so for the same device, you will see that, like for over here, you can see that there are these 3 devices are the same, right? And these 3 devices are unmanaged, meaning that the devices were not enrolled to Intune, but there were 3 entries or 3 check-ins created over here because there were 3 applications present in the device: PowerPoint, Outlook, and Excel. So in the same device, there were 3 applications, the user logged in, and whenever the user launched this application, the MAM policy came down and a MAM check-in was created in the report, meaning that the application has checked in and the policy has come down to the device. It will have, so as I said guys, this device will, if this device was not enrolled to Intune, still this device will be Azure AD registered. Therefore, we will have an Azure AD registration device ID. If this device was enrolled to Intune, then obviously it will have an Intune device ID also, but this is not compulsory. This is compulsory. This will always be there. And for each user, this will be there. So like for the first user, there were 1, 2, 3, 4 entries. For this user, there are so many entries. And then for this user, there are again so many entries. What this means is, for each user, So let's just say that this is user 1, and then we have a user 2, and then we have a user 3, right? So for each user, no matter how many applications this user is using in the device, no matter in how many devices the user is using that application, it doesn't matter. For each user, for each application that is targeted via MAM policy, each time the MAM policy comes down, there will be a MAM check-in. Okay, so let's just say for this user, test 2, there has been so many check-ins, right? Why? Because over here you can see that the user used Microsoft Outlook in 2 devices. This is the first device, this is the second device. Therefore, there is a check-in for Outlook application for each device, right? And well, obviously in the same device itself, like for example OnePlus, we can see that there is an entry for OnePlus over here and there is an entry for OnePlus over here for the same user. That is because this one is for Adobe Acrobat Reader and this one is for Microsoft Outlook, right? So this is how we can actually test. So let's just say that we have an issue wherein the MAM policy is not coming down. Everything has been checked. So probably we don't have the user to confirm that whether the MAM policy came down and it did not behave the way we wanted to, or whether the MAM policy never came down to the device and we didn't have the logs. So what we can do is from the portal itself, we can download this report and then we can see whether there was a MAM check-in for that specific user, for that specific application, for that specific device or not. Right, and then we have an option called under Microsoft Intune Client Tabs App Protection Status, we have an option of a reporting tab as well. So if we go into the reporting tab, if we click over here, that is the reports, we can actually select a specific user. So over here I have an option of selecting a specific user. I selected a specific test 3 user, and now it is telling me all the check-ins that has happened for this test 3 user in all the devices. So over here you can see that no check-in has happened for these applications, but then I can see that there is a check-in which has happened for Microsoft Outlook application in a OnePlus device, and the name of the MAM policy is this. Okay, and the check-in happened at this time. So now I know that if this test 3 user has a MAM policy, has a device which is OnePlus, then the expectation is that the MAM policy with the name TIFF should have come down to the device and it should be visible in the logs as well. But this is the usage of this report. This report will let us select a specific user. It will tell us that for this user, on all the devices that this user is using, on how many of those devices whether a MAM policy has gone down, which MAM policy has gone down, when the check-in has happened for the last time, and for which application that same MAM policy has gone down. So we can see the name of the application here also, right? We can see the name of the application, the device name, the name of the policy, and when the check-in happened, right? And then we can select a app specific report as well. So we can select let's just say that I select iOS over here or Android, and then I select a specific application called Adobe Acrobat Reader. This will give me a list of all the users who have a MAM policy applied on Adobe Acrobat Reader. So this is a different kind of report, but then again very informative. So let's just say that I want to make sure that the Outlook application is protected for all the users. So what I'll do is I'll just select Outlook application over here, and I'll make sure that all the users in my environment are coming up over here. Or let's just say that we have a VVIP user and we want to make sure that the Outlook application is protected for that VVIP user. We can either go to the users tab, enter that VVIP user's name, and we can see from there, or we can just enter the Outlook application over here and then we can see whether the Outlook, that MAM policy for that Outlook application has come down to which users, and any user which is not over here, obviously the MAM policy has not come down. All right. So this is checking whether a MAM policy has come down from the portal end, from the reporting end. But then again, if the MAM policy has come down and the MAM policy is not behaving the way we want it to, there must be some device side logs also, right, that we can collect. And surely enough, there it is. There is one. Like we have company portal logs for a managed device. We have MAM logs as well. And these MAM logs are there irrespective of whether the device was enrolled or not enrolled to Intune. How do we get that? For us to get the MAM logs, what we need to do is we need to go to Edge or we need to go to Intune managed browser, which I believe is now decommissioned, but irrespective, we need to go to Edge or we need to go to the Intune managed browser. If it is not there in the device, then it needs to be downloaded and installed in the device. So we need to go into Edge, we need to go into Intune managed browser, and then we need to type this command in the URL section. So where we go and type google.com, instead of typing google.com or any web page, we will type in about Intune help without these quotes. Okay, we will just type the word about Intune help. When we do that and press enter, the browser itself gives us a list of all the MAM policies that are applicable on this device, on all the applications. So let's just say that in this device there is one MAM policy, and that MAM policy is applicable, and that MAM policy is targeted to Outlook and Excel and Adobe Acrobat Reader. So over here, whenever we click on about Intune help and then do an enter, we will see a screen like this, which will tell us that, okay, the MAM policy is coming down on these 3 devices. Okay. And it will give us a snippet of what is the attribute in that policy as well. So let's just say that there was a MAM policy for Outlook. If you click on that, it will actually tell you what are the configuration of that MAM policy as well. So this is a screenshot that I took from the device, and itself it tells us that the password length is set to this, password block is set to this, and these are the default exemptions that are there in the MAM policy. Simple pin allowed, 1 is yes, 0 is no, and I mean all those things that has been configured, right? And then the end user have an option of sharing these logs. So if they click on create diagnostic log, then the log is created and there is an incident ID which gets generated and it is sent to Microsoft. Okay. So this is equivalent to generating a company portal log also. So the way we generate a company portal log is we need to go to company portal, and then in case of iOS device, you can just shake the device twice and then it generates the company portal log. So at the end of that also, you get a incident ID, right? Similarly, if we are collecting the MAM logs, all we have to do is we have to go to a Edge or Intune managed browser and type in about Intune help. Once we do that, it will, if we want to see from our end itself, we can see the logs over here. If we don't want to see from our end, all we have to do is we have to click on generate log, which will create an incident ID, and the Microsoft professional will be able to pull the logs for this incident ID. Okay, and this is applicable, and just I would again invest 30 seconds of my time and tell you guys that this was earlier applicable for iOS only. So for iOS we could get the MAM logs, but for Android this was not possible. However, it is possible now. So I believe since February or March 2020, this is now released for Android also. So earlier, in case of Android, we did not have the option of going into Edge or Intune managed browser and typing about Intune help and getting the MAM logs. Earlier, we could only get the company portal logs or the MDM logs, and that would have contained both the information, the MAM related information as well as the MDM related information. However, for parity's sake, now we have introduced this for Android as well. So irrespective of whether the device is enrolled or not, irrespective of whether the device is Android or iOS, we can go to the device, we can set up the browser, the Intune managed browser or Edge browser. We just have to type about Intune help, and in the same way we will be able to generate the logs for both the operating systems. So now guys, let's just do an analysis of a MAM log from an Android device, and more or less, it's going to be the same whether we do it for Android or iOS with enrollment or without enrollment. The MAM part stays the same. So if we generate the logs, like I said, like this, then there will be a incident ID, and with that incident ID, there will be a log generated like this. And for each application in the device which is targeted via the MAM policy, there will be a MAM diagnostic information log. So we can see that there is a, so over here you see it says that com.microsoft.ms edge. right? So it is talking about this is for MS Edge. Similarly, if there is Outlook, then you will see for Outlook as well. If there is SharePoint, you will see for SharePoint as well, and that log overrides. So I mean, you might see .0, .1, .2 depending upon which is the latest one and which is the oldest one. So we just have to grab hold of the MAM logs for a specific application, so that I mean, there will be a separate file for each application, a separate file, a separate MAM log file for Outlook, a separate MAM log file for SharePoint, or I mean, depending upon how many applications are present in the device which are targeted by the MAM policy, there will be so many files. Okay, and then this is actually the flow. So I'm going to show you guys the logs first, and the logs are going to be in this flow, and then we'll probably revisit this slide. So the very first thing that happens all before everything gets logged is that if I'm launching Outlook for the very first time, and if the device is not enrolled, then I will be told to download and install the company portal or the authenticator application, which obviously I'm assuming that the authentication part is taken care of, and at this point of time the device is Azure AD registered. If the device is Azure AD registered, then the first thing is met, right? So now the broker will start doing its magic, and the first thing that it checks is whether the device is enrolled or not. And you will see here, guys, that please make a note of the timestamp here. So what I'm trying to prove here by the timestamp is that I have not changed the order. So the timestamp is in ascending order, meaning that we are seeing how it progressed with time chronologically. Okay, so the very first thing that got checked was whether the device was enrolled or not. If it was enrolled, it will be logged. If it is not enrolled, the same thing will be logged. And then for each application, it will check the SDK version. So right now it is checking that for com.microsoft.office.outlook, what is the SDK version that is integrated into the Outlook application. So we have to make sure it's the latest SDK version. If it's an LOB app, this is a useful piece of information. So once that has been checked, we have seen that the broker check if the device is enrolled or not. We have seen that. The broker checks the SDK version of the application. We have also seen that. Now the app pre-check-in phase will start. So over here you can see that the pre-checks are going to start over here. So first some pre-checks will happen, and if those pre-checks are taken care of, then the MAM policy will come down. What do we do under the pre-check? One of the things that happens under pre-check is the application needs to get a MAM token. That's the very first thing that's going to happen. Under the app pre-check starts, and the app reaches out to Azure AD to get the MAM token. So over here it's saying that beginning the MAM token request, and it will reach out to the Azure AD. Over here you can see that there is login.windows.net. This is the endpoint for Azure, one of the endpoints for Azure, and the Outlook application is reaching out to this endpoint, and it is requesting for a MAM token. And in about 1 second or something, or millisecond, it received the MAM token, and over here it says that successfully acquired the MAM token. So the MAM token has also been acquired. Okay, app reaches out to the Azure AD for the MAM token. Once it gets the MAM token, then everything is set. Now what it does is it will reach out to the location service and request for the MAM URL. Okay, so the next thing that happens is it reaches out to the location service. The application reaches out to the location service and requests for the MAM URL, and it receives the MAM URL. So the first thing it needed was the token. It has got the token. Now it can make use of that token to get the policy. Where will it get the policy from? It will get that policy from the MAM URL. So right now it is reaching out to the location service and is requesting for the MAM service URL. So over here it receives the MAM service URL, and if you see what is the endpoint of the MAM service URL, this is an Intune endpoint. So if you have worked with something like Windows Autopilot, you would have seen that anything with ending with fef.ms or something like that, this is actually an endpoint for one of the Intune service. Okay, so the device got the token. Now it reached out to the location service and requested for the MAM service URL. The MAM service URL is provided, and when the device reaches out to this MAM service URL, that is when it will get the MAM policy. So the device got the MAM service URL until here. Now, not the device, the application. Now the application, that is Microsoft.office.outlook, is sending a request to that same MAM service URL. Okay, so it sends a request to that MAM service URL, and it is requesting for the data for that user. So the application receives the MAM service URL pointing to Intune service. It reaches out over there and it gets the data for the user. So at this point of time, the app pre-check is complete and it is going to request for the policies that are targeted now. So let's just go back here. It has successfully received the enrollment data for the user, and now it is going to begin the policy check-in request. The app pre-check-in or the prereq has been met. Now it will reach out to this URL and request for what are the policies that are targeted to this application or to this user's ID for this application. Let me know. And then it receives those policies. It takes about a couple of seconds, and then we see something which says that policy received for the MAM from the MAM server. So from the Intune endpoint, it gets a list of the policies, and once it gets a list of the policies, Intune by itself will set a timer that okay, you have got the list of policies now, and we are automatically going to check in about next 10 hours for any changes in the policies if it has been made, right? So over here we see that once it has received the policy, it says that next policy check-in will happen in 718 minutes, which is like about roughly 11 hours. Okay, so it has received the policy. Now what do we expect to see in the what do we expect to see in the logs? We expect to see what is the policy. So now we can see the policy body in the logs, and the body that we see in the log is in accordance with what has been configured in the portal. So whatever we configured in the portal, so check-in interval, check on launch, offline wipe time, and what else is there? File level encryption. So these are all radio buttons in the UI, right? We can just set it to yes or no. We have something called printing blocked, app pin disabled is false. So we have not disabled the app pin. Face ID enabled is true, pin expiry day is 0. These are we have already seen, these are the by default exemptions that are added in case of iOS. And then if we change the policy, that next check-in, we will see something like policies have changed and writing it to the data store. Okay, and if the policies change, then we something like this, that the old value was null and the new value is 0. For device compliance enabled, the old value was null, the new value is 1. The file encryption level, the old value was null, the new value is 2. So every time we change the policy, it gets written, and we see it over here as well, that what was the old value, what was the new value. And this is assuming that we change anything in the policy. If we don't change anything in the policy, then until now the policy has come down to the device, and the user gets an intuitive prompt which says that you need to access your organization's data, you need to set a PIN. And he also gets a prompt saying that your organization is protecting the data. He sees that he has to set up a PIN. He said that we see something in the logs which says that application is not handling restart. Therefore, the end user gets a prompt that you will have to relaunch the application. And he gets a prompt over here which says that you need to restart the application to continue, and your org is protecting the data. Okay, so let me just go back here to the flow once again. So this is what we saw over here. So again, 1,000 feet overview, the device gets Azure AD registered over here. The broker checks whether the device is MAM with enrollment, or whether the application running in the device is in an enrolled device or an unenrolled device. It will check the SDK version. The app pre-check-in will start. It will get the MAM token that it needs. Once it gets the MAM token, it reaches out to the location service and requests for the MAM service URL. It will reach out to that MAM service URL, which is pointing to the Intune service, that FE2F URL. It will get the list of the MAM policies that are applicable on the user. We are able to see those MAM policies in the logs. Every time those logs are, every time the policies change, we are able to see the change also in the logs. And it sets by default a timer that after this much of time, the broker app will automatically check in with the Intune service and will see if there has been any changes made to the policy. and in the logs also we can see everything that has been configured in the portal level and which is in accordance with what we see in the logs. The user get a prompt that your org is protecting the data. User get a prompt to set up a pin, and the app has to be restarted. Once the app is restarted, then every time we copy paste data from, or every time we leak a data, that is also logged. I mean, well, obviously the leakage of data is not allowed because it will give you a prompt that your organization does not support this. If you have blocked the movement of data from an if you have blocked the movement of data from a managed app to an unmanaged app, if you have set it to all apps, then obviously it will let you copy paste. Otherwise, it will prohibit you from doing that. But this is the background of the flow that happens before the MAM policy comes down, and it gets logged accordingly in the logs as well. So guys, I know that there has been a lot of theoretical part until now. So let's just see all of these live in action. Let's just enroll a device, unenroll a device, get a MAM policy with enrollment, without enrollment, integrate MAM policy with conditional access, set up the MAM UPN, do it in Android, do it in iOS, and see that whatever that we have established until now actually works. So let's just get right to the demo. Okay guys, so now let's just start with the first part of the demonstration, and the first thing that we are going to test with MAM is MAM without enrollment in an iOS device. So let's just get right to it. We are going to go into client apps and then app protection policy, and then let me just get rid of the all right, let's just be there. Okay, so I'm going to go into create policies iOS, and then let's just call this MAM without enrollment, and then next. We don't want to target it to all types, we just want unmanaged devices, and then we are going to select the application, which in this case is Outlook and Excel. I'm going to click on select, next, and then send org data to only policy managed app, receive data to policy managed app, and restrict cut copy paste also to policy managed app. So there are two things. First is sharing of data. So from, let's just say we have Outlook, and from Outlook, in Outlook we have an image. Now if we click on that image, we have the option of sharing that image with WhatsApp. So that can be blocked, or that is sharing, that is not cut copy paste. We have something else called cut copy paste, wherein we are going into the Outlook mail body, copying something from the mail body and pasting it in the WhatsApp application. So both are two different things, both can be controlled. So I've said that restrict cut copy paste to policy managed apps only, and restrict web content transfer to Intune managed browser, and everything else is fine. I'm going to go to next and then set the minimum pin length to 10. Everything else is fine. Timeout minutes of inactivity, that is also fine. Recheck the access requirement every 1 minute. And then next, we can check the app conditions, set the app conditions and the device conditions here, that what's the minimum OS version and the device model that is needed, and what is the minimum application version for Outlook that is needed. We can just set it to default, and over here I'm going to assign it to a group called G7. Okay, so I just assigned it to a group called G7. Next, and create. Okay, so this MAM without enrollment, let me just refresh it. Right now it says that deployed as no. So let me just refresh this page, and then under app protection policies it says deployed as yes. So it's deployed to the G7 group. Now let me just go to Intune and then groups, and then I'm going to go into the G7 group and then members. It has a user called OMA, and this is what we are going to use. So let me just quickly switch to the device now and show you guys what is the device behavior. Okay, so I have the device here with me. The first thing that I'm going to do is we are going to do MAM without enrollment, right? So I have to make sure that the device is not enrolled. Obviously, it does not have the company portal app, but I want to make sure there is no management profile also. So I'm going to go into settings and then general, and I see that there are no management profiles here, right? Which ensures that the device is not enrolled. So now let me just go to App Store and let me just download the Outlook application real quick. So I'm downloading the Outlook application, And right now the user, so we will see that we don't need the broker app, that is authenticator app in case of iOS and company portal in case of Android, for all the applications in case of MAM. So some applications, as I said during the theoretical part, that some applications don't need the broker app because the application is integrated with the with a version of SDK which is competent enough to do the same thing which the broker was supposed to do. So, but in some applications, but for some applications in iOS, we might need the broker app. So right now I have not installed the broker app. Let's just see what is the default behavior. So Outlook is installed. I'm the end user. I have my personal device wherein I run YouTube and Netflix and Amazon Prime and everything. So I just installed Outlook application. I'm going to go into Outlook and then I'm going to log into Outlook application. So let me just remove everything from here. The only thing that I'm going to use is the user OMA, and then, or let me just do this, let me just skip this and then add it again. OMA@everything about Intune.com, OMA@everything about Intune.com, and then I'm going to enter the password, which is WOKO. You don't need to know my password. 93661. Okay. So I don't want to add any other account, and there we automatically get this prompt which says that your organization is now protecting the data. You need to restart the app to continue. Okay, we don't have any broker application in the device, we don't have authenticator, we don't have company portal. So this proves that we don't need a broker application for MAM without enrollment to work in case of iOS for Outlook. If this was Adobe Acrobat Reader, we might have needed it. But now Outlook is intelligent enough and it can do the same thing which our broker app was doing. Therefore, we don't need the broker app anymore. So I'm going to click on OK and launch the Outlook application again. It gives us the prompt saying that your IT administrator is now helping you protect the application. Okay, I might have to set the PIN. Okay. It says over here your PIN must contain at least 10 digit. Okay, fine. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and then 1. Okay, reconfirm 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and then 1. Enable notification, turn on, and then okay. All right, so my guess is that the MAM policy has come down to the device. Are we sure about that? We'll have to get that figured out. But until now it looks like the MAM policy has come down to the device because we got the prompts and we were told to launch the Outlook application again and we were told to set the PIN as we must. So let me just close everything and then I'm just going to wait for a minute and then launch the Outlook app again and then see whether it's asking me to re-enter the PIN, and if it is, then we will see whether the cut, copy, paste and everything works or it doesn't work. Okay, so we are back here. Let me just launch the Outlook application and it asks us for a PIN again because it has been more than a minute. Okay, like we had set it, and it took my Face ID. Otherwise, I would have had to enter the PIN, but you saw the prompt for the PIN, right, which proves my point. Now I am going to open the Outlook application and I am going to copy something from the mail body. Let's just say I copy this and I am going to go to, what else do I have? I'm going to go to Gmail and then compose a new email. I paste it here, paste, and it says that your organization data cannot be pasted, right? And if I open a new email and if I okay, if I copy something from here and if I paste it in Outlook, the same thing should happen, right? So paste. I don't have an option to paste even. Okay, but if I go to my messages, I should have an option to, let me just cancel this. I have an option of pasting whatever I copied from Gmail. I can paste it in my message, but I cannot paste it in Outlook, right? Because it makes sense. So it doesn't even give you that option to paste it. So this is what MAM without enrollment in an iOS device looks like. And everything that we see over here is in accordance. Face ID is enabled. Its Face ID is, we are able to unlock Outlook using Face ID as per our policy. And after every 1 minute, it's asking us for the pin again. If we, after every 1 minute, if we launch Outlook, let's just say I launched Outlook, I closed it, it has been 59 seconds. Less than 59 seconds, I launch Outlook again, it won't ask us for the password. But if I wait for around a minute and then I launch Outlook again, it will ask us for the password. So this is how MAM without enrollment looks for an iOS device. Now let's just quickly go back to the portal and then see and then find out what do we see for this user's check-in. Okay, so we are back at the portal here, and now let's just go to client apps. App protection policies. This is the policy that we just saw taking effect. Now I am going to click in on where am I supposed to go? I forgot. I have to go to, I'm looking for the app protection status. It's right there in front of me. Okay, so I click on app protection status and let's just download the report first and then see what does the report have to say. I just click on open. And there has to be a check-in for this user is what I'm expecting. So over here, rightly so, you see that the user OMA has checked in. The name of the user is OMA. The email ID is whatever we used. And for what application? Outlook application. For what is the app version? This is the app version of the Outlook application. This is the app instance ID, the device name, iPhone, whatever. Azure AD device ID doesn't show over here. However, the important thing to see here is the management type. And over here, you see that the management type is unmanaged because the device is not enrolled to Intune. App protection policy obviously came down to the device, and the name of the policy is MAM without enrollment. So every time a user successfully receives a MAM policy and there is supposed to be a check-in for each application that we see. So we can see, so for in my device, if I had the Excel application also, then for Excel also there would have been another entry with the same device name. Okay, and compliant. If I check in the Azure AD registered devices, before I do that, let me just go to reports and then let me just select a user over here, OMA, not MA, OMA, and I would be able to see that for Microsoft Excel, nothing is available because it is not checked in, because I did not even install the Microsoft application in my device. Therefore, there has no check-in happened for Microsoft Excel. However, for Outlook, the check-in has happened, and both these applications are targeted via the same MAM policy. Okay, it says that for Outlook, MAM without enrollment policy has been delivered. However, for Excel, the policy has not been delivered. If I go into the app report from here, I have an option of selecting, let's just say Microsoft Outlook. And then if I say protected, it will give me an list of the users for whom this application is protected, OMA being one of us. If I say unprotected, it will not say anything for us. And since Excel has not checked in, therefore we are not able to see anything over here. So now let's just do a demo for MAM with enrollment. So I'm going to create another policy here. More or less, it's going to be the same thing. The only difference is the device is going to be enrolled first, and we are going to see an entry of that device in the all devices blade. Right now, under the all devices blade, we don't see any entry of the device because the device is not enrolled. And if I see a entry over here, I see that it's at 11:49. This is the old entry, right? Which says that MDM is Microsoft Intune. This was something at 11:49. Right now the time is 12:45. So this is the old entry. We might as well just delete it. Okay. So now let me just create a policy for MAM with enrollment. More or less the same thing. Just wanted to show you guys that it works. So let me just go into iOS and then let me just call it. The reason why I am doing both is because at the end I want to show you guys that MAM without enrollment takes precedence over MAM with enrollment if the Intune MAM UPN is not set up, right? So I'm going to go over here and then I am going to type, let me just call this MAM with enrollment. Copy the same thing here, MAM with enrollment, and then next. Target to all device types. If I do a target to all device types as yes, then irrespective of whether the device is enrolled or not, the policy will come down to the device. So if you want to have the same kind of policy for an enrolled device as well as an unenrolled device, this would be the way to go. So I'm going to, let's just try this option also. So I'm going to click on target to all device types as yes, and then in the apps I'm going to select Outlook. Let me just do a select. Next, I'm going to set the same thing, policy managed apps, policy managed apps, policy managed apps. I'll show you guys the other settings later on. And then let me just do this to Intune managed browser. Let me just, in this case, we are going to set the minimum pin length to 4 so that we can actually see that whether the new policy took effect or not. And then next, select a group to include. I'm going to select G7 over here, the same group, select next, and then create. So the new policy has been created. Let me just go back to the old policy that was MAM without enrollment, and let me just unassign this policy. So I'm going to go to the assignments and then edit, and then I am going to remove this. Review and save and save. Okay. So this is a this is a MAM with or without enrollment scenario. So irrespective of whether the device is enrolled or not, since the management type is all app types, irrespective of whether the device is enrolled or not, this policy is going to come down. In our case, we are going to enroll the device, and then I'm going to show you guys that this policy does come down. This policy does come down, and obviously this one is now unassigned. So let me just quickly switch to the device end again, and I'll show you guys the behavior there. Okay guys, so now let's just do the MAM with enrollment scenario practical. So I have uninstalled everything. This is equivalent to having a fresh device, and the device is currently not enrolled. So if I go into general, I don't see any profile over here, right? So obviously if you're doing with enrollment, then the device needs to be enrolled to Intune, and the way to do that is installing the company portal app. So I'm going to install the Intune company portal application. And while this installation happens, let me just download the Outlook application as well again. Let me just go back. Okay, everything is underway. Okay, so the company portal application installed. I'm going to log into it now. So the credential is OMA. All right, come on. Okay, there you go. OMA@everything about Intune.com, and then the password, which I'm trying to look up. Okay, we'll see that the management profile gets installed. I mean, it gets downloaded over here. It's giving us the phases. So if we are doing MAM without enrollment, we'll just click on postpone here. We won't do anything with the management profile. However, we are doing with enrollment, it's telling us what we can see, what we cannot see. I won't waste much time here. Just click on continue. It's downloading the management profile, as you can see here. If you guys remember, just a little bit of background, since iOS version 13, the management profile gets downloaded, but to install it, we have to go into the settings and install it from there. Before iOS version 13, we could download it from here itself. So we could install it from here itself. So over here it says that the management profile has been downloaded. I click on allow, and then it says that profile has been downloaded. We have to go into the settings to install it. This wasn't the case earlier before iOS 13. This is a recent change. If I come over here, if I go to profiles, management profile, click on install, the device password, install, and then I click on install, and then I click on trust, and then done. Okay, so the device is now installed, profile is now installed. I come back to the screen, I click on continue, I click I select a category, and then I click on continue, and then it will check the device settings, and then everything should be taken care of. So let's just give it a moment, and let's just wait for the device settings to go through. Meanwhile, I'm going into the portal, and I am deploying the Outlook application from the portal. I mean, let's just say that the user has not installed it already. Then we have an option of pushing the Microsoft Outlook application from the portal as well, right? I think it's already downloaded. Let me just delete this app. I will download it from the company portal. That is the usual way. I mean, not the usual way, but that is like one of the ways. So the Outlook application has been deployed. I'm just checking the deployment. It's deployed to G7. So if I go into the company portal app, open it, it says that yes, everything is set. I do this, I do OK, I do allow, and then it says that I don't have any apps yet. Let's just wait for some time, and I'm expecting that the application that we have pushed to this device should come up automatically. What we can also do is we can deploy this application as required. So that is the other way of making sure that the application does come down to this device. So I just changed the deployment and I deployed it as required as well. So my expectation is as the application is set as required, the Outlook app should automatically get installed in the device. So let me just go to the device, run a sync, and I'm going into the portal again, and I'm running a sync from the portal. Funny enough, I think there was a root certificate that was deployed to this device. If I go into the management profile, more details, I can see that it should have got a root certificate. Yeah, this is the one. Like everything about Intune DCs. Yes, it got a root certificate. I think my NDS server is down, therefore it didn't get the SCAP. But well, what I'm looking for is the Outlook application, which is like taking forever. The rate at which it is installing is not very reassuring. Okay, it says that app installation is about to install. Okay, install this, and now the installation has begun finally. All right, and that is typically the prompt that we are expecting to see, the prompt that we just saw. If any application is deployed to any device not any device, to an iOS device as required, that is the prompt that we are expecting to see. If only my Wi-Fi was a tad bit faster. So guys, while the installation happens, let me show you that in the management profile, how does the management profile looks now. So if I go into the management profile under apps, I can see the Microsoft Outlook application, which is managed by Intune. Therefore it shows like that. Okay, so the Outlook is finally installed. Let me just log into the Outlook application and show you guys the behavior in case of with enrollment scenario. Okay, maybe later. And there you go, you see the prompt here as well. It says your organization is not protecting the data, you need to restart the application. I do a okay. Oh, in this case, I believe we set a pin of 4 characters. So I launch it again, and it should prompt us a pin of, okay, so it was taking my face ID. I just had to remove my face. Okay, 1 2 3 4, done. To access organization data with the, forgot your pin, need to change it. Okay, so every time I'm showing my face to the camera, it is doing this. So maybe I can use my face. Let me just see. Okay, it's telling me to set up a pin, and over here you can see that it's telling me to set up a 4 characters pin, right, which is as per the policy. 1 2 3 4. Well and good. Turn on. Okay, now let me just try to do a copy paste. So I copy something from here. Now let's just say I go to YouTube.
not the best example, but paste. It says that your organization data cannot be pasted. Okay, so I mean, just like we saw in case of MAM without enrollment, in case of MAM with enrollment also, more or less the same thing happens. And if I try to copy paste, it doesn't work. Let me just drop an email to this account and then show you guys what the behavior is. The other thing that I wanted to show you is what is the behavior if we try to open any link. So if we try to do a copy paste from Outlook to any other application, that doesn't work. If we try to share any attachment, that also doesn't work. What about a link? So I'm opening up Outlook. In my Outlook, let's just say that there is a URL, there is a link. Okay, by default, if I click on this link in an iOS device, if there is no any other browser present in the device, what is the expected behavior? If I click on this link, it is supposed to redirect to Safari, right? And it's supposed to open up google.com. However, if I open it up now, if I click on www.google.com, it says that your organization requires you to install the install the managed browser app from this link. It's not redirecting this to Safari, which is obviously not protected. It is because that would be again a leakage of data. It is saying that you need to get the managed browser. It's giving us a link for that. The app is not available because, well, the managed browser is not available. We were supposed to change that to Edge. So if I change, so in the policy we have currently set it to managed browser, right? So we will have to go to the policy, and in our app protection policy we will have to change it to Edge. So the Intune managed browser is now decommissioned, right? So Microsoft Edge is the new Intune managed browser.
So guys, we are back at the portal, and this is the device that we are looking at. If I go into devices, all devices, this is the device which was into the picture. So now for MAM with enrollment, I'm going into go to client apps, and then if I go into app protection status, and then if I download a report again, now I am expecting to see the same user checking in for the same application, but a different policy taking effect, right? So it does say MAM with enrollment, but yeah, it does say MAM with enrollment, and it compliance state does say the compliant. The management type says unmanaged, which is a little something that I wouldn't expect to see. But then I see a device ID as well ending with 5B. This should be the device ID of the device in picture. So if I go into devices, if I go to all devices, if I click on the my device, so my Intune device ID is ending with 5B, right? So you can see it over here also. This is the Intune device ID. So my policy did take effect on the device. If I go into client app protection policy, let me just show you guys the option that I was talking about. So we saw that when we were clicking on any link in Outlook, it was not redirecting to Safari, it was redirecting to a managed browser, right? It was because of this setting. So I'm going to go into the data protection, and over here we have this drop down, right, which says that restrict web content transfer with other apps. It says that Intune managed browser allow web content to open only in Intune managed browser, unmanaged browser anywhere. And then we have this option which says that Microsoft Edge also, right? So since Intune managed browser is decommissioned, we can select the Microsoft Edge browser. If we set it to any app, then well, we can open it in any app. Otherwise, it needs the Microsoft Edge. Okay. All right. So the next thing that I want to demonstrate is the integration of MAM with conditional access. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a conditional access policy now. So I see you see all the conditional access policy by default are turned off, which is fine. Let me just call this MAM CA, and then we are going to target this to a select users or group, and then users and groups, and then I'm going to target this to G7, and then select, and then okay, under cloud applications I am going to select a cloud application. In our case it is Exchange Online, sorry, Exchange Online. Shortcuts don't really work here. So Office 365 Exchange Online, Okay, this is strange. This ID is strange. I don't know what ID. It didn't used to show us an ID before. It's a it's a strange looking ID. But anyways, in the conditions, everything is fine. Let me just see device platform. I'm not configuring device platform, or maybe I can configure device platform and then set it to iOS because that's where we are doing the testing on right now. Location is fine. Client app preview. Uh, we can set this to yes, and then we can select all of these. Or if we are just targeting the Outlook application, then we don't need to select browser. We can just select mobile apps and desktop clients and modern authentication clients. So Outlook is a modern authentication client, right? Or we can select browsers as well. And then device state is fine. Doesn't need to configure anything here. In the grant control, we are going to grant access, but we are going to say that it requires an app protection policy to be applied. So you're going to click on select, and it says that the no, we don't want report in mode, we want the on mode, right? And then let me just click on create. It has been created now. Let's just review it. So this is the MAM CA applied to the G7 user, applied for the Exchange Online, for the iOS application, for the iOS OS, and require app protection policy. So now what I'm going to show you guys is how is the device going to behave if there is no app protection policy in the Outlook application. So let me quickly come over here, go to the properties, and let me first remove the assignments of this. So I have removed the assignment of the MAM policy, meaning that MAM policy is no longer applicable on Outlook. So now the expectation is when we are trying to log into the Outlook application, it should not let us go through the Outlook application because the MAM policy is not there in the device to begin with. So let's just quickly switch back to the device and then see what the behavior is. However, before I go to the device, there is one more thing that I wanted to point out from my deck, and that is in the conditional access policy, if we have selected this option which says that require app protection policy, it means that the Outlook application should have a MAM policy first, only then the conditional access is going to authorize the access to Outlook or access to email. And the second one is over here which says that require approved client app. So if we set this, then emails will only be the emails will only be accessible from Outlook. It will not be accessible from, let's just say, any native mail client. So before we see the device behavior, let me just show you the screenshot what we are supposed to see. I mean, this is what the expectation is. If we have selected this option, require approved client app, and if we are trying to access emails from, let's just say, the native mail client, which is not an approved client app, then this is what we are supposed to see. We are supposed to see a message which says that you can't get there from here. It looks like you're trying to open this resource from an app that hasn't been approved by your IT department. Ask them to get a list of approved applications. So over here I have said that require approved client app, and the native mail client is not an approved client app. So if you click on this hyperlink, it will tell you what are the default approved client apps for this policy, and native mail client not being one of them. Therefore we get this error prompt. However, if I have set it to require app protection policy, and if there is no MAM policy in Outlook, then this is what we are supposed to see. We're supposed to get a prompt saying that your IT department has not configured Intune to protect this application for this user. Please contact your help desk. So kind of self-explanatory. I mean, it in a way signifies that there was no MAM policy on Outlook, even though the username password entered was correct. Therefore, the access was denied by the conditional access. Okay, guys, so we are now at the device end, and what I have done until now is I have installed the Outlook application, and the authenticator app was already present in this device. But I mean, irrespective of whether the device is enrolled or not enrolled, the effect is going to be the same. The expectation is, since the conditional access policy is on and the conditional access policy requires the Outlook app to have a MAM policy, which is not the case herein. Therefore, the access to Outlook should be denied. So I just entered the username, I do a add account. It says that please go to the authenticator app. I open the authenticator app, it goes there,
and then it redirects back to the Outlook. If you just saw it redirected back to Outlook, said that checking policies, and then it gave us a prompt saying that this app must be protected by an Intune policy before you can access the company data. Please contact your IT help desk for more. So I mean, this is the prompt that we are expecting to see, because the conditional access policy wants Outlook to have a MAM policy, but Outlook is not having a MAM policy, therefore it's not letting us access the data, right?
And now we are going to take a look over the usage of Intune MAM UPN. So just to review, I mean, Intune MAM UPN is needed so that if a same user has got two devices, one enrolled, one not enrolled, and two different MAM policies, enrolled, the MAM policy for the enrolled device is less restrictive and the MAM policy for the unenrolled device is more restrictive, then by default the MAM policy for the unenrolled device comes down to the enrolled device as well for the same user. And to take care of the situation, we have to push an app configuration policy wherein we have to set up the MAM UPN. So right now, if I go into the app protection policy, you can see that we have got two MAM policies. Both of them are deployed. Both of them are deployed to the same group. One is for the managed device and one is for the unmanaged device. And the only difference is in the MAM with enrollment, the PIN for the Outlook application is set to 4, and the MAM with enrollment in this policy, the PIN is set to 10. So over here we see that the select minimum pin length is 10. However, in the MAM with enrollment policy, the select minimum pin length is set to 4. I mean, we can make any change. The only reason is this is more intuitive, right? So whenever the MAM policy comes down, we'll have to set a pin, and depending upon the number of characters we have depending upon the number of characters it is asking us to set for the pin, we will know which MAM policy came down. So this is deployed. Let's just enroll a device first and then see that whether MAM with enrollment policy comes down or whether this one comes down. The requirement is this should come down, but the expectation is this would be coming down because this is more restrictive. So let's just switch back to the device now.
Okay, so I have a fresh device here with me. This device is currently enrolled to Intune. So if I go to start general and then device management, I can see my management profile is over here, right? So the device is successfully enrolled to Intune. If I launch the company portal application, it is going to check the settings, and then Outlook should be deployed to this device automatically. So all right, it's confirming the device settings, and then the Outlook app should come down. And if I check at the portal, I'm able to see an entry of the device there now. So I'm just running a sync from the portal as well, just so that things just are a little faster. Okay, so we just got a prompt for the Outlook app. I'm just clicking on install, and now the installation is beginning. Okay, the Outlook app is here. I'm just launching it for the very first time. The device is only enrolled, and let's just see which MAM policy comes down. So this is the account that I'm going to use. Skip. Let me just log in. Okay, and I don't want to add another account. The MAM policy just came down. Organization is protecting the data. Okay. I need to relaunch the application, and this is now it's going to ask us for the pin. So we need to see how many characters of pin is it asking us for to set. So if I launch it again, I just want to make sure I'm not facing the camera, otherwise it will take that. Okay, so over here you see that your pin must contain at least 10 digit, right? So which means that the more restrictive MAM policy came down to this device, that is the MAM without enrollment policy came down, even though the device is currently enrolled to Intune. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, so the password is set. I can set it to turn on, allow, and then yeah, so I can access the mailbox, and then I can access the mailbox from here. But the only thing is that this is as expected but not as required. So the device is enrolled, but it gets the MAM policy which is made for an unenrolled device, right? So over here, I'm just trying to prove my point that the device is enrolled. So now let's just go back to the portal and then do the magic of adding a MAM UPN, and then we'll enroll this device again and see which policy comes down then.
So now if we quickly come back to the portal, and if we go to app protection status, before I create the MAM UPN policy, let me just show you guys. If I do a select user, and if I see the policies applicable for this test user, we see that there are two applications for which the MAM policy is applicable. Microsoft Excel, but we did not install the Microsoft Excel in our device, therefore it says that not checked in. On next sync, this app will on next sync it will reevaluate again. However, for Microsoft Outlook, we see over here that the MAM without enrollment policy took effect even though the device was enrolled, right? So you see the timestamp here, it is 11:37, which is around 20 minutes back from now, right? So this is the latest repro that we did. Everything is in place, but we see that the MAM without enrollment policy came down, which was of 10 digits passcode, and which shouldn't have been the case because the device was already enrolled to Intune, right? Therefore, MAM UPN comes to our rescue. So the way we need to set this up is we need to go to client apps and then app configuration policies, and then we have to create a app configuration policy for managed device, and we can call this Intune MAM UPN iOS. Okay, sorry. And over here we are going to select the platform as iOS, and then we have to select an application. So this has to be done for all the applications for which you want to push MAM UPN. Let's just say you want to do it for Excel as well, you'll have to do it, otherwise Excel will get the app protection policy for unmanaged devices even though the device is managed, right? So this has to be, we have to select all the applications here for which we want to push the MAM UPN. And then next, over here we'll select the use configuration designer. No other changes needs to be made. In the configuration key, we will put in Intune MAM UPN, one word without any spaces. The value type is going to be string, and the configuration value is going to be user principal name within two parentheses. Okay, and then next we have to assign it to a group. We are going to assign it to G7. Select, next, create. So the policy has now been created. Let's just quickly go back to the device. This is our policy. Let me just get rid of the old policy that we had. Let's just now quickly go back to the device and then see what is the difference in behavior now.
So we are back at the device probably for the one final time, and right now we are installing the Outlook application. The device is already enrolled, so it's in the same it's in the same state as it was before. The only difference is now Intune MAM UPN has also been deployed to this UPN. So before the Outlook gets installed, let me just ensure the device is enrolled. So if I go into general, if I go into device management, I'm able to see the management profile over here, meaning the device is enrolled. So now once the Outlook application is installed, we'll log into Outlook again with the same account, and then we will see what is the number of characters we have to set while we are setting up the pin. If we still have to set up the 10 character pin, that means the MAM without enrollment policy came down. And if we have to set up 4 character pin, that would mean that MAM with enrollment policy came down, which is the requirement here, and which is what the expectation is, since the app configuration policy has also been deployed. Okay, the app installation is done. I'm going to launch the Outlook again, and let's just log into it. We are going to do a skip, and then we are going to use test@everything about Intune.com, and yeah, looks good. Add account. And now the expectation is the MAM policy should kick in. I'm just going to make sure that I'm not in front of the camera, otherwise I won't have to set up the pin. Okay, so your organization is now protecting the data as needed. I do a OK. I'm prompted to restart the application, and then the moment of truth. This is where we are going to see how many characters are needed for the pin. So I launch the Outlook again, and I can allow the face ID to work, but at the background I can see it's asking for 4-character pin, which is what the expectation is. So I don't want to set up the face ID, I want to set up the pin only. So I'm going to set up 1 2 3 4, turn on, allow, and now I should be at the mailbox. So I'm at the mailbox now. If I try to copy anything from Outlook, and if I go to Gmail, and if I try to paste anything here, paste, your organization cannot. So the MAM policy is coming in the way it should. I'm not able to copy paste outside outside Outlook application. The only difference that has happened now is, now we were supposed to set up a 4-character pin and not a 10-character pin, meaning the less restrictive MAM policy came down, meaning the MAM with enrollment policy came down after we had set the MAM UPN. So that is what the requirement is. The timeout was not set to 1 minute, it was set to 30 minutes. So probably after 30 minutes, if I launch the Outlook application again, that's when I will have to provide that 4-character pin. But for now, this is what the expectation was, and this is what the requirement was. So now let's just quickly switch back to the portal and see if we find out the check-in for this user. What does the check-in say, that against which MAM policy the check-in for this user happened?
So we are back at the portal now. Let's just go back to Microsoft Intune, Client Apps, and let's just go to App Protection Policy. First, let's just take a look over the policy that we wanted to come down. This was the one, MAM with enrollment. So I'm just going to take a look over the properties real quick, and over here, the minimum pin length is 4. Just wanted to reiterate that the minimum pin length is different in both the policies. Now, if I go to the app protection status, and if I go to reports, if I select a user, which is in our case test, then we see that the last check-in happened at 12:42, which is around a couple of minutes back from now. And the policy that came down was MAM with enrollment. For Excel, obviously we did not install Excel, therefore no check-in happened. But for Outlook, the MAM with enrollment policy came down and the check-in happened for this, and not the MAM without enrollment, which was the case earlier. The only difference was we deployed the MAM UPN, which did the trick for us. And finally, let's just take a look over the status of that app configuration profile that we made. I missed to show you guys that. So if I go into that Intune MAM UPN, if I go into the device install status, I can see that for my device, the Intune MAM UPN was sent successfully, which obviously would be the case, right? Because it worked the way we wanted it to. So it surely would have been pushed down, right? So this is wherein, just like a device configuration policy, we can see an app configuration policy also coming down to the device. So that's pretty much it, guys. That's all I had in the demo for this one. I know this has been one of those longer ones, but the intent was having everything under one place so that we have something for reference, and I could illustrate theoretically as well as practically all these talking points in the agenda. So that's pretty much it, guys. I hope this has been informative for you. I would like to thank you for viewing. This is your friend Saurabh Sarkar signing off.